comes crashing in and reminds me of the past. And sometimes I hear your name. Sometimes I hear your name. It reminds me of the pain. Well, I guess you read me right, 'cause I am a foolish man. But at least I understand. But at least I understand. And I've learned to live with it. Memories like grains of sand, lying helpless on the beach. But the ones you need so bad, the ones you need so bad, are the ones you cannot reach. trees like grains of sand.
Morning, folks. My impromptu morning coffee edition, I guess we'll call it. I've had some people ask me if I would do a morning one now for people whose time zones don't quite accommodate the evening ones. So we'll see how it goes.
Hey, Robert. Hello,
Hey,
everybody.
Uwe. So they're dropping all your guys' mandates come Monday, huh?
Yep.
Well, isn't
The last mandates we have is that they have to wear masks in doctors' offices and hospitals if you're a visitor, which is another insanity. So if you are a patient in the hospital, you can walk around without a mask. But if you come in there as a visitor, you have to wear the mask, which makes absolutely sense. But whatever. But
yeah,
that's all getting dropped on Monday.
There's some common sense for you. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the same as you have to wear it in the train and in the public buses, but not in the airplanes, because in the air there is no virus, I believe. So
Well, it doesn't ride a bus.
yeah, it does ride a bus, but it doesn't fly because maybe it's scared or I don't know.
Oh, it's afraid to fly.
Who knows?
Crock of bullshit. Oh, morning, Captain. Good to see you. By the way, everybody, good morning. Casey, Carol, Gerald, Johnny, good to see you.
By the way, I have the link of the Paris.
Yeah, I seen that.
In backstage in the private chat. It looks like they're still on the beginning. It's only not even an hour, but there's already, I would say, 50 to 60,000 at least.
Really? Wow.
They are talking about just Paris. I think about 500,000 today.
Well, you ask the news, it'll only be a couple hundred people.
Oh yeah. The other week, I think the mainstream media said about 1 million, but the organizers were talking about 3.5 million country-wise. You know.
Hey, how you doing? Guitar stuff. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yep, this is the morning coffee edition. How's that working with the Kool-Aid or the magic potion over there? Are they going to drop that too? What?
Nope, that's still getting forced.
Okay, so they're still mandating that then. Okay.
Not forced, but pushed.
Well, are they recording it as a requirement or no?
The military is the only they are forced.
What about the healthcare workers?
No, they took it off on the 1st of January. But there's another insanity. The people who were in the healthcare business and didn't apply it and didn't got it, and they got sent off or they had to pay a fee. Every community handled it different. Bavaria, for example, didn't do anything. Others were charging you 2,500 euros, others charging you 100 euros. But
okay, now wait a minute here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but does paying a fine stop a virus?
No, the thing is,
Are you sure, Uwe? Because it seems to me that if they make people pay a fine if they don't get the Kool-Aid, that it
No,
must stop the virus, doesn't it? I mean,
even if they would pay the fine, they still would not be allowed to work. But the thing is, even after,
okay.
I mean,
So, okay.
the thing is, after, I mean, that was early enough that the proofs came out that it doesn't stop the infection, and it doesn't stop the spreading, and it doesn't stop
Well,
that somebody even.
no, that's got, if you pay a fine, that should stop it, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it does, but and even with that knowledge, they forced them, and they were talking about, I don't know, country-wise, about 70,000-80,000 who were unjabbed. So some of them were still working, some of them not, some of them were sent home, but we already had calls from the court that they got sent home, that they are not allowed to work, they got the payment back, so they got to pay. They got all the money paid they lost.
Wow.
And we also have, but we also have other calls that they even got charged this year, even that it ended on the 31st of December, but they still got charged for the stuff that last year happened, even that and that one lawyer found out that is against our constitution, against our laws. If there is a law that gets taken down or changed on any spot or point, and there is no lower charging than what is in the law, it's illegal to charge somebody for that. It was not a crime. It was like a bylaw, you know. So there's probably some way more people going on court, even going in revision.
So let me get this straight then. They charge people a fine. They don't let them work. Then the court turns around and tells them, well, no, you can't do that. You got to pay these people. But yet they're still going to try to continue it. I mean, I'm no, as I said before, I'm no rocket surgeon, but what about that just doesn't follow any logic?
Yeah, the thing is, we have different courts like you have. We have the community courts and the county courts. Then you have the state court and the overall, whatever Supreme Court you want to call it.
Yeah.
And everything what got to the highest court in the last 3 years, everything involved in this COOF stuff got denied. And mostly very, very quickly, that you can be sure that most of the stuff was never read by them. So
was never read by them.
Yeah, you know, they got the stuff, but that they denied was even clear before they even was reading the shit, you know.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's something. Well,
But we have a good news as well. On Wednesday, let's say the first organizer and inventor of the COOF protests got finally released in public again after being arrested for 9 months for something they want to accuse him for, which is absolutely bullshit.
Yeah, there seems to be a trend of that. Not just in your country, but in several countries, there seems to be a trend for that. You know, don't speak out. You're not supposed to speak your mind, Uwe. you know, the
thing is, he what they accused him on is so insane. He got donations. He never asked for donations anyway, because he was a businessman and he had some money, and this organization of protests doesn't cost you fucking millions. So, but because there were so many people happy that somebody took the head on and do something, he got donations, and it was quite an amount of money. I think they were talking about a million and a half, something like that. So, and they accused him to use that money for his private stuff, or so he stolen the money that he got donated. But there was nothing that it was related on. So nobody was giving him the money and saying, you have to buy a fucking bratwurst for the homeless, or you have to do that, or have to do this. You know? So they gave him the money for organizing protests and organizing speeches and stuff like that. So,
well, gee,
the
doesn't
whole
that
shit,
sound familiar?
yeah, this, it's like, I don't know, I would like to say it was a comedy, but it was more like black freaking English humor. That's what I would say. Because
Well, yeah, I mean, come on now. That's the same shit we've seen that they tried to pull on people in Canada. Although they were
exactly, yeah, exactly.
They were much more successful to do it to people in Canada than they were there.
And by the way,
I do believe they had to release all that. I'm not sure that they did everybody as of yet. I can't say that for certain. But I mean, come on. What if he's getting donations? As you said, it's not like people are saying, "Well, I'm giving you this money so you got to buy a bratwurst for the homeless people." Come on now. How that even stand up in court, and how can you hold a person in jail for that because people give them donations?
And don't get me wrong, he got released because he was just
Well,
I don't know how
9
you
months
call
later,
it in English. Yeah, but he didn't. They didn't took it off. So his arresting was because he was under investigation, and they were scared that he's gonna leave the country. That's why they arrested him
oh,
for
okay.
9 months, but nothing happened in this 9 months. He didn't have a hearing, nothing, absolute nada, zero.
Huh?
That's the same with the other guy, who was one of his group, who got arrested in Manila last year, and got arrested there for, I think, 6 months or something, because I think he has a Filipino wife, and I don't know if he has been living there, but he definitely took off here because of some others who were the heads of protests and stuff. They all spread it in different countries. One is in Tanzania, and one went here and one went there, and I think he just went to Manila because he has related there, his family there, and he thought he will be safe and fine there. But obviously he was not. So they got him in Manila and arrested him.
Therein lies the rub, though, Uwe. Are you supposed to be? The whole idea behind protesting is to voice what you think, and it's not like there haven't been protests for other things, shall we say, that they seem to ignore and just fine. But yet, when it comes to what the politicians are doing, or the jab, or mandates, or whatever, it's okay to lock somebody up. Just because they got donations for them to help do what they're doing. you know, what is not equivalent there? It's okay to have protests, you know, so they can cut fucking little boys' dinglings off. That's okay. But yet protesting for your freedom is not.
You know what the the most insane stuff is? I mean, in a democracy, it should be normal that, however, if you are 5, 10, 5,000 or 5 million, that you can go on the street and say, wait a minute, I'm not agreeing to this. This is my protest. But that doesn't work this way anymore. Since the pandemic, you have to declare and have to apply for the permission to have a protest.
Yeah, you got to now have permission, and you got to do it in your fenced-in area where you're totally away from wherever you're actually protesting. So the politicians don't, you know, end up with a little bad press. They can't have that.
Yeah.
How you doing, Johnny? Good morning, guy.
Hey, Johnny.
Hello, Yui. Hello, Robert. How are we doing? Hello, everybody in the chat.
I'm hanging in there, not too bad. Little early for me for panels, but I was requested to have a morning and an evening one now, so.
Well, there's nothing. Welcome to my life.
Johnny is going to midnight.
Trying to appease the subscribers at times is a little hard because you have a lot of different time zones in America. We have different time zones in Australia, and I try to cater for all. But it's all we can do is the best we can.
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
No, I just it's we all appreciate the subscribers and all of that. That's the wonderful part about the interaction. But we're only human, so at times, you know, we've got real lives and things like that. It's a little hard to. Oh, look, I need to be on because this group of people have asked me and that group have asked me, and it cuts into real life.
Oh, for sure. Which, you know, for this kind of stuff, I really don't mind. If I have the time and I can make it, then yeah, I'm going to do it because, you know, there's a lack of discussion. Everybody's fearful of speaking up, and you know, they don't want to have the hard discussions or the hard questions, you know, for fear of losing their channel or well, in some cases in their country, for fear of going to jail. Unfortunately, that seems to be a thing now.
Well, I remember during the disease we had to have.
And by the way, hold on, I thank you for that because I do use that term quite often now. So I have to give you full credit for that.
That's okay because it's politically correct.
Yes, very PC.
And it is very correct. The disease we had to have.
Yep.
Which was, in my belief, control of the common man.
Wow, that's conspiracy now, Johnny. Come on.
Well, I don't, and what happened with that is criminal. But moving along, there's a lot of things happening and stupidity, especially in your country.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I brought it up the other night about, you know, Donnie. You know, Donnie being a criminal. I thought, well, hang on. From my knowledge of American politics, well, let's go back and dig up a few coffins and put them on trial too.
Wait a minute here, John. I got one better for you. For what they're accusing him of, Congress literally has a slush fund to pay off people for the very same thing they're accusing Donnie of.
But he used his own money.
Well, no, see, you can't do that. You're doing it outside of politics now. Wait a minute. If he'd have been in Congress or anything like that, that's a little different.
Well, I'll pose a question. I'll pose a question to you.
All right.
On eBay, how much did Clinton's cigar go for?
Oh, I don't know, but I bet quite a bit.
But I dare say Monica's dress. I always wanted to go across and join the line, and when it got to the signings of autographs for Bill Clinton, I was going to flop my cock out and say, "Well, whack your Monica on that."
Well, that's the absurdity of it, Johnny. And the thing I don't understand is how people, and I don't care what side of the fence you're on, it doesn't matter, how anybody cannot see the absurdity and the hypocrisy in that is just beyond me.
Well, if we talk about Sleepy Joe with his business connections of the dodgy stuff in the Ukraine, why isn't he in front of the same judge?
Well, that's not the same, Johnny. He has a different name behind his name. He belongs to a different group. They're the special class. Didn't you know? Didn't you get the memo?
Probably wears a different hat too on a Sunday.
Well, that's a possibility. And he has a penchant for going to pools and, allowing children to rub the hair on his legs. He thinks that's fascinating.
And he likes ice cream with fucking chocolate splitters, eh?
Yeah. And he's married to Jill,
Yes.
I honestly really think for the name of politics and everything that's going on in the world today, he should be tested for Alzheimer's and coughs, colds, and sore holes, which I don't think he'd pass any of the tests.
No.
So he's not fit to be a prime minister. What's the American slogan? The ruler of the free world. I don't know where they got that from.
Yeah, well,
it might be in a nursing home, perhaps, but not the fucking free world.
Johnny, that was your second conspiracy in 2 minutes. Holy crap, man!
Yes.
Oh, you don't worry about that. It's going to continue.
Oh man, you just can't make that shit up, can you, Johnny?
No, well, Nancy Pelosi. What did she get off a street corner and get into politics?
But
Fuck me, dude.
I think, believe it or not, she used to be a hammer dealer.
Yeah, well, I think she got hammered. I think she got hammered a few times, Robert. Just quietly.
No, dude. Well, yeah, there are some desperate people in the world, that's for sure.
We do know that. We do know that. What was that bloke that got caught with that black hooker? No, that's not correct, is it? Black hooker, the African American hooker that the media ruined his life and God knows what. Who was that?
I'm trying to think. There's been so many.
That's exactly right. And
been
I think
down with the pants down.
I think
he had he caught himself some Asian fever there for a while that ended up being a spy, which just cracks me up. And then I forget which one of them's driver ended up being a spy, and they had him there for like 20 years. There's any number of them that you can take and rattle off. Why shouldn't we bring all that in? I mean,
That's exactly right. Exactly right. To get, poor old Donny that never took any money off the American public, that served his term and was written and actually did what he said he was going to do, never created the war, never made the duology rich.
Well, he actually,
and he's a criminal. Well,
4 or 5 signed it in Middle Eastern countries.
He created peace in the Middle East. Had smoothed over a few things in Asia. Had no problems with the Russians. All of a sudden, the old geriatric retard gets in there and everything's fucked.
But there's the problem, man. How can the Americans not have a problem with the Russians? That's the first question, eh?
Well, I think it's gone back to like the what was it, the McCoys, and who was the other bastards?
Shit.
You're talking about the families in Kentucky?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's gone back to that with Sleepy Joe. Well, if you're a Russian, you're our enemy because you're not related and stuff like that. But well, none of that with Obama. Not that I liked Obama. Clinton was just too stupid anyway. But and you got Donny. The Russian, the Cold War thing was dead and buried. And all of a sudden with Joe, you've got the Cold War coming back again. Yep. But it's like he found a file in the bottom drawer, probably left over from JFK, and pulled that out and said, "Oh fuck, let's do this."
But by the way, did it got ever really 100% proved that Barack Obama was born in the US?
That's conspiracy, Uwe.
No, I'm asking a question, nothing more.
That's a fair question to ask. I know there was been insinuations, but no one on either side has shown any proof. Well, we haven't seen a birth certificate, have we?
Yeah. They showed one. They showed one. And,
thank you, Brave New Will, Hatfields and McCoys. Yes, thank you very much.
Hatfields and McCoys. Yes, absolutely.
Casey Mullins, I changed just because of you. I changed my choice of drink because it's the end of the day here, not the start. I'm having a cup of coffee with you.
Speaking of that, I'm going to hold the fort for a minute. I'm going to go grab me a coffee.
Are you serious? You having a cup of coffee in the middle of the night, or are you having a beer?
No, I thought to myself, if I'm going to join this stream, I thought everybody else is drinking coffee, I'll have one. I'll just about finish it and fuck it, I'll go back and have another beer. Then I'm going to bed. Coffee's for the morning. No, but in honest truth, I always have a cup of coffee before I go to bed. Always.
So you will probably not even move in the house this year then, eh?
Well, getting back to that, there's always in contracts. They said, look, there's a shortage. There's a bit of a shortage, and of materials, and that. So we're going to put your contract on hold for around 2 weeks. Now we've had another larger building contractor go broke, and there's devious bits behind that as well. Now, mind you, you get the domino effect. The people who make the frames, because they get them made. Frames aren't made on site anymore. They're made in factories, which, looking at half the tradesmen around, probably a better idea.
What do you mean, the frames for the concrete base, or?
No, the frames for the house. The frames for the house. Yeah, the structural walls and all that. So with these companies going broke, well, obviously they owe money to companies that make frames, and then they owe money to, because they end up folding as well, and then you've got the sawmillers, the suppliers of the timber, then they take a hit. So it's a bit of reshuffling to get your supply lines back into gear. The company we chose is not the best builder you can ever get. But they're solid because they have lots and lots of government contracts, and they've been around for quite a while. The person supervising our project is a good tradesman and not a bad bloke. I know his family. He gave us the heads up before we got the email from the company what was going to happen or what was going on, which I appreciate. And I'm not in a hurry. I just want a decent project. I want a decent product. So if they go on too long, where they said to me, section 30 whatever out of the contract, I'll go to section 45 of the contract and say fuck off. And I can do that as much as they can, because I've read the frigging contract and I understand it, because I used to do that for a living, read contracts and shit like that. It's not gobbledygoof to me. I read it all before pen hit the paper, And we employed another bloke also to go with us through the whole thing, and I looked at scenarios, and this is one of those scenarios. And he said, well, if it goes on for too long, I said, well, what about this? And he said, yeah, you're right. But they've always got the bullshit thing. I'm just willing to say, well, fuck off. You've been paid up to that stage. If you reckon you've got any more money owing, well, go whistle Dixie. That's what you asked for. That's what you got. You haven't completed. You haven't done whatever. You're locked out. And I don't give a fuck. I've built plenty of frames in my life. If I have to, I'll build the bastard myself. I don't care.
That's a testament to the way things are going on, though. Not just there, Johnny, but everywhere. As you said, the disease we had to have has screwed up so much shit.
Yes, that it has.
Things that we took for being mundane and never even thought about have now become critical issues.
Yes. Supply chain. Supply chain is one of the things, as in food on the shelves of supermarkets.
Yep.
And that shows the multinational control.
Oh, absolutely.
That was one of the things that Donnie wanted to get rid of.
Well, actually, me and to touch upon something, me and Uwe were talking about this earlier today. The idea of nationalism or being self-sustainable as a country is bandied about as a supremacy or a bad thing or something like that. Why shouldn't a country, any country, I don't care which one it is, I don't care if it's Germany, I don't care if it's Australia, I don't care if it's England or Africa or wherever it is, I don't give a shit where it's at. Why should they not be able to support their own infrastructure and needs of their people on their own?
Well,
Why do they have to rely upon multinational companies and corporations to rape third world countries to supply at many times subpar standard stuff when all of our countries are very well capable of doing it themselves?
Well, you hit the nail on the head when you said substandard comes back to cost. Okay, now something I know about American agriculture. You have Monsanto, which controls a lot of seeds.
Yep.
And when you buy their seed, you sign on the dotted line. They actually, if you read the fine print, they actually control your crop.
Yep.
But
Absolutely.
let me correct you. That Monsanto is not only in North America. That's for sure.
It's
they
right
have
throughout
their
Cuba.
They have their fingers in every fucking country.
You know, but the whole part about that's a dictatorship.
Yeah.
I remember watching a there was a farmer, Midwest America. He saved some of his grain and re-sowed, and Monsanto came in and said, well, you didn't buy that off us. You've used seed that which we own. And it was a fair battle over it, where I say, who the hell gives them that fucking right? The geology does. And, you know, I can remember Dow Corning moving their plants over into the Philippines to so-called help these developing nations. But was there standard of drainage and everything like that up to world standards? No, it wasn't. And still isn't.
Oh.
But they waved that flag of, oh, look what we're doing. Carbon black, when they had a plant condemned in America and they moved that overseas and it blew up and killed thousands of people. They just went, oh, well, shit happened. We were trying to help the poor buggers out. No, it's all about, we'll find a place to put our shit, which is substandard, and we've got control, and we're going to sell it to the world at a maximum profit. And if they don't like it, where else are they going to go? That's bullshit.
Exactly it. I want to address No Brave for 1 minute. Whether or not Trump can fix anything and everything or whatever, which is a pie in the sky thing, but the divide and conquer thing, that's as bad as sucking down the Kool-Aid. No man is going to turn what's going on in this world around in one step. It just isn't going to happen that way. And it shouldn't be up to one man. It should be up to all of us. The only other alternative is anarchy, and no, everybody's going to have a problem with leadership, and the division isn't caused by him. The division is caused by our media and those behind the scenes pulling the strings. And the sooner people realize that, the sooner we can get the hell out of this mess.
Well, we're right upon a point in history where one man stood up and said things could be better.
Yeah, for sure.
And he was nailed to a cross, ridiculed and nailed to a cross. So with Donald Trump, is history repeating itself? It is a question that only you can answer.
Well, the thing of it is, Johnny, it isn't so much as the man as it is the message.
Correct.
And that's what that's why when I have these discussions, I've been trying to get people to understand that we need to quit being sheep or the proverbial, shall we say, free range chickens, because that's essentially what we are.
If people take things for granted, they will be taken for granted. If you appreciate what you do, what you've done, food source. Like I say, I came from a farm. I'm a very multi-skilled tradesman and all that kind of stuff. But I came from a humble farm, which was a dairy farm, and we grew pigs and crops. Crops to feed the animals, and the animals fed us and made us some money. I love the whole idea of it.
Well, but see, there's a rub, Johnny, with what's going on right now. Especially down there. Well, they're doing the shit here too. I can't say that they're not, because they absolutely are. Where farmers, or even the little guy, if you're trying to be self-sustainable yourself, they're trying to make that impossible to do. But they're also trying to make it impossible for countries themselves to be independent. The idea.
Oh yes, the debt part of it.
Absolutely. Well, it's not just the debt; it's telling people they're literally, like down there where you're at, they're going to tax them out of the ability to even raise their own livestock and sell them to market. The same thing's happening here. I mean, and people just don't seem to understand that.
Can I answer Brave New World?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, Brave New World. I call it the duology because it is. It's been going on for a long, long time. And if you really, really have a look, when there's moves against it, if you go back to the Second World War, that's where the term came from with Japan. When Japan wanted to take over the Northern Ireland, so that Russia didn't beat them to it to a certain extent, they went to America. Basically, they were getting their arms, they were getting their training from the US and the UK. They went to America and asked for some money to help them. Wall Street, they were turned down. Wall Street kind of said, we'll give you the money. When that was achieved, and they went back to pay back the money, plus the interest agreed and all that, the Wall Street duology said, we own half of that too. And we all know what happened at Pearl Harbor. There was your interest, there was your money, and plus their stranglehold on the Japanese with strangling them out of fuel when they were told to take your troops out of there, and there. Have a good look at world history, and you'll see I'm not telling you bullshit.
Well,
there's another aspect, guys. To be independent, not every country can. That's the rub, though. Not the energy. We have no oil and gas. We have, but by far not enough. So there comes the first stuff in.
That's the thing, though, Uwe. You don't have to be independent in everything, but you should be able to at least afford and manufacture the things that you can. And there's where your trade comes in. You trade the goods that you can make for the ones that you need, whether it's economically speaking or skill speaking, able to do or unable to do in another country.
But
it's
there's
like
part of today's story in there too, because that we were completely dependent from the Russian energy. That was a setup, and that was all part of the stuff that's going on today. It was a setup.
For sure, Uwe. But that wasn't, it wasn't the people. You know, as you said, when it comes to them shutting down the nuclear plants and things like that, which in my opinion you talk about dumb on steroids, but they literally were putting the people there in a no choice situation. Actually, it wasn't them. It was a different 3-letter agency there, No Brave. I get them all the time. No biggie. You know, and that's kind of the point where all of our countries, and this is one of the reasons, Johnny, I do have these morning panels, because as you guys as well with Zounds and other panels and things like that, we are really an international community, so to speak. But the idea that any one country shouldn't be able to be independent as much as they possibly can unto themselves is bullshit.
Well, in honesty,
and put in a position like you guys are over there when it comes to energy.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Here we've got every mineral, all the resources, everything. We used to be manufacturers as well as minerals and all that kind of stuff. Slowly but surely, our main businesses were bought up, and the exports, the manufacture, everything we used to do was taken offshore.
Yeah, imagine that.
And the whole part about it, that was done by, all right, I won't use that word. It was done by Wall Street companies, which have nothing to do with what's the proper word? They don't care about anything except for dead presidents.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, you could have 100-meter high freaking wall around whole Australia, and you wouldn't import anything.
That's what we don't need to.
Exactly. You would have everything on your own. But now, even you don't use your own. It's the same in Canada. They don't use their own gas and oil, and you don't use your own gas and oil. You export yours, and they bring in your freaking oil that you are.
That's right.
I think you are only safe for 2 or 3 days. If that fucking supply chain goes down, you are fucked.
That's why we have gone from producers to consumers because Wall Street companies.
Well, let me hold on. There's a difference between. Let me specify something though, there, Johnny.
Yep.
There's a difference between Wall Street and multinational corporations. Wall Street is nothing more than the gambling game that they use to really screw the little guy of their own money. Give them a false sense of security. Basically,
but the multinationals, which are not really multinational, but because they operate, they're still registered on Wall Street. So I'm just trying to find a word to appease no Brave New World, because he's obviously taken a bit of offence to one word I used. Anyhow, we'll but the whole part about it is, in every country, our governance has sold us out to these people.
Yeah.
And instead instead of saying no, your investment is no, get stuffed.
Well,
Where it's got to the stage that where these companies virtually control our political system, they control our day-to-day lives with supply and demand. That is criminal.
well,
I don't blame.
that's the whole thing, though, Johnny. You know,
Yeah.
that's another discussion I was having. Is why is it our countries can be bought and sold and partitioned by other nations? I will leave it at that name. But yet the reverse isn't true. But you'll have all these multinationals moving all of our production, all of the things that our countries use to produce and use for trade. And they'll allow them into our countries buying up whatever, be it small businesses or be it ports or be it land or whatever. It doesn't make any difference what it is. But yet the reverse isn't true. And that lies another danger that I don't think people quite understand. You know, if as a neighbor, if I was living next door to you and I said, well, hey, you got a mighty fine mango tree there. I want to own, 50% of it. So I buy 50% of it off you. But I have a land full of all other different things. And I allow you to come in and grow your stuff there, but you'll never own it.
Yeah.
And then when I want to take it back, hey, get the hell off my property. You don't have this.
Well, the thing is, now this is something about that I've experienced traveling and stuff like that. I am US. I can go over to the US and England, and I can actually put my money down and buy property.
Yep.
But if I go into a lot of the other countries in the world, I can never own property because I'm not a sovereign citizen. In Australia, it started back in the 70s. If you've got a quid, you can have anything you want, and that's been a big problem, and it's only going to get worse. Latina girl, how you going?
How you doing, Latina? Good to see you.
But the thing about it is, for equality, everybody talks about the Chinese with ownership in different things. Well, that's only allowed by the governments.
Correct.
Can I go to China with a fistful of dollars and do what they're doing here? No, I can't.
Well,
So I don't know. I don't know if it's still a fact, but I know from a couple of years ago, I met an Australian couple in Lithuania, and they were with their overlanding vehicle on a world tour, and they started from Perth to Singapore, and then they made Asia, and then they were in China for 3 months, I think. But they were not allowed to cross China on their own. So they had to hire a guide. And I think the cost was about $15,000 or $20,000. So they waited at the border until they had a couple other overlanders to follow them to share the cost, because it doesn't matter if it's 1, 2, or 12 vehicles. So they could share the cost. So that shows you the difference between China and, let's say, the Western world. I can go, if I have the visa, I can go across Australia or the US or Canada as long as my visa goes,
Well, it's not just China, though, Uwe, but one thing I'd like to point out, if we say anything about it in our countries, even yours, Uwe, even yours, Johnny, if we say, well, hey, why the hell should that be happening? We get accused of being racist nationalist or some shit.
Yeah. You're a racist. You're a racist. Well, we have a thing. I don't have a problem with the color of a person's skin.
No, me
or their race.
No.
Providing I have a problem with creed, but the thing is, if a person wants to become a part of something, which is our country or whatever, our culture, or and share theirs, that's fine. That's fine. But what we're finding here in this country, they are, and it's coming through advertising and all media and all. They're pushing the suppression of the black person. Well, the interesting part about it here, we have Indigenous black people here.
Yeah.
That's fine. Are they suppressed? Yes and no. Some of them deserve to be because of their actions. Others are very well off in the community because they've strived to have education which is given to them and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, my take on this, anybody from any other country is getting shoved down our necks saying, oh, but, what about them? Well, hang on. They're not our Indigenous people, so don't ram that down my neck. They came here as a choice, as an immigrant. Are they accepted? Pretty well, unless they fuck up, then they can fuck off.
Well, that's the point, Johnny, is the idea that we're supposed to, in any of our countries, cater to anybody else, to me, is absurd. If I go to your country, I should be expected to abide by your laws and your cultural norms.
Now that's an interesting one, Robert, because we have, much to my disgust, a creed that has come into this country. Now, mind you, the second page on the application form, there's a question that says, will you abide by the laws of this country? Yes, no, simple question. We've got places in a few of the capital cities that tell everybody else to piss off because they have Sharia law and this kind of stuff. Well, as far as I'm concerned, that's a breach of their bloody immigration. Fuck off. When they came here, they accept our laws, the way we kind of live, and try and blend in with everybody else. I'm not saying take their whole culture away from them, but if they want to dictate to everybody else to say, no, we do everything like this, and even the police say, oh, you don't go into that area, that's bullshit. That is fucking bullshit. And
that is bullshit, Johnny. That's the same thing here. I mean, right in my own state, they have that. I mean, the absurdity of the idea is that all the Western world is supposed to cater to whatever country, third world country, or whatever you want to call it. And we're supposed to make accommodations for their cultural systems and beliefs. It just blows my mind because they're trying to get the hell out of the hellhole they're in, but yet they want to bring the same bullshit to the countries they're moving to.
Correct.
And well, if that's the case, why in the hell you just didn't stay where you're at? Well, no, wait a minute here. You don't get the benefits of living in a Western world where you can literally act like an asshole and not face the consequences of your actions because, well, that becomes racism or it becomes cultural appropriation or, your any number of things they want to accuse you of being.
Yeah, that's why, Robert, I say I have no problems with race, no problems with colour, creed. I do, because if you want to dictate to me your beliefs and say this is the way it's got to be in my country, you're in the wrong place. Fuck off.
Well, but that's the thing, though, Johnny. You'll be accused of being a racist or a white supremacist or a nationalist or any number of buzzwords that they seem to want to bandy about.
Oh yes,
media propaganda.
Yes, but that's why I keep on reminding people of the second page of the immigration papers into this country. It's the second question down on the second page that says, will you abide by the laws of this country? Yes, no. Simple as that. And they all tick yes, because if they tick no, they get told to piss off anyway. But anyhow, moving right along.
Well, but that's we can think that way, Johnny. We can try to remind people of these types of things, and it falls across all spectrums, be it religion, be it economy, be it culture, be it normalcies and your laws or whatever. We're expected to bend the knee and bow down in our own countries. And I'm of the mind, screw that shit.
That's right.
But yet,
why should I?
We're the bad people for thinking that. Where that mindset come from, to me, is just absurd.
Well, we've got here we've got some interesting, like immigration. It was supposed to be a certain amount of people from different thingos, so we weren't saturated, from one area. But it seems of late we have become a neighbourhood, or may as well be a part of another North Asian country. It's gone past. Most Australians, realistically, with a bit of age on them, are starting to feel that we are no longer. We are a minority in our own country, and it's a lot to do with governments. It's a lot to do with finances for governments, and I don't trust any government. They're all thieving, lying arseholes.
With all the respect to your issues and to your immigration and stuff, Johnny, but I can tell you the story of my country, because you are in the lucky situation that your country is an island, so you can only come there with a boat or with an airplane, or you are whatever, an alien, you come from the space. But here it's a little bit different, and nobody is asking anybody any question. They come here, about 35,000 a month, come here crossing the border wherever they want to cross, and nobody asking any question about background. Do you follow our laws, or do you do anything what is criminal or whatever? Because nobody cares. This is an infiltration and destroying of our industry, of our economy, and
Culture.
of our culture. And this is
Yep.
all by design, you know.
I watched at Ube, the people from the Middle East. There was quite a few countries that kept on saying, well, you can have passage through here, but don't stop. Keep moving. And you know, the Western world, oh, those poor people. Well, hang on. On media footage that I saw, I didn't see any old men. I didn't see any older women. I saw bugger all women. I didn't see a hell of a lot of children. It was all fighting age, gutless wonder men that wanted to come and fuck up another country and claim whatever. Then they could bring their families over where they were too gutless to fight for their own fucking country. How's that
And
work?
they mostly don't bringing only one wife over. Mostly they're bringing 2, 3, or 4 because they are allowed to have 4 wives.
I could never understand why a man would want more than one wife. It's bad enough with fucking one, let alone bloody half a dozen of them.
Well, that's the thing, though, Johnny. What was it in Finland? Am I correct in it? It's Finland that are allowing.
It's Finland, yes.
If their culture was a normalcy where they can marry, you know, say 12-year-olds, they're allowing them to do it.
Yeah.
That's
the thing, Robert. They are bringing their laws, their shit into countries that, and then calling racism and suppression and all the rest of it, where they're forcing their shit on everybody else. That is wrong. It's morally wrong. That's why our laws say it's morally wrong. They have no morals.
I don't understand. I would have never thought a Western world of anything, as far as that goes, to allow shit like that. I just don't get it. You know, and they want to get away from the shitholes that they're in. And I'm sorry to use that term, but, you know, let's be frank here. But yet they want to bring the same BS to our countries. And we're supposed to just accept that. But yet if we don't, we're a racist.
I don't mind being labelled a racist because I won't put up with their shit. It's against my moral belief. It's against the laws of our country, so why should I condone it? And the people in power that condone it to be correct in whatever should just fuck back off to where they came from, because half of them don't come from this country.
Well, and that falls into the same thing we were talking before. The reverse is not true. You know, as much as I hear people bandy about how people in your country or my country or Uwe's country, we're all a bunch of racist pricks or something for some reason.
I'll put my hand. I'll put my hand up. Even though I'm in a mixed race relationship and have been for fucking that long. It's not funny. Yeah, I'm racist. Yeah. No worries.
Well, yeah,
I'm also Roman Catholic. Yeah. Big deal.
I have my grandchildren are half. To be politically correct, people of color, but to ask their father would be black. But yet I'm a racist. Yeah. You know, and it blows my mind when it comes to this kind of stuff, and even the cultural things that we've had going on in our country, and not just when it comes to immigration or if it comes to cultural norms. For example, Kazoom was on one of my panels just a couple panels ago, speaking of how woke bullshit is absolutely effing up their whole community, you know, as a person of alternative lifestyle, it's actually screwing his whole damn world up because he doesn't buy into their bullshit either.
Yeah,
You know?
the whole thing about is we have the ability. Morning, Anna.
Morning, Anna.
We have the ability as normal people to take back control of our countries. And it's through the polls. Mind you, just because somebody gets elected, there is always a government department. And there's a head of the government department. The rot's already there. Believe me, if I was elected into Parliament and was a minister of something, the head of that department and half the top of it, I would sack them immediately. Say, fuck off.
Well, absolutely. That's the thing, though, Johnny. Guys like us aren't going to get into politics. One,
oh, geez, I'm going to give it a run next election, Robert.
Well, I wish you luck, buddy. I wish you luck, buddy.
Look, as all I'll do is be a hindrance, but you never know. The whole thing about it is, but I'm talking federal, not state. My total idea is, and the main part about it is virtually what Donnie Trump said: make America great again. I'm saying let's take back Australia and make it what it was,
or what it should
and what
be.
It can be. Yeah,
no, that's the point I made on one of my other my last panel. Believe it or not, everybody talks about what's going on, but and I ask how many people are actually actively rattling our politicians' cages.
Well, I lost a YouTube channel because I rattled one bloke's cage that much it fell off the bloody hook.
Imagine that.
And I've got no problems about doing it again, but the one thing about it, it takes money. And that's when you say to people, well, if you believe in this and you believe that I can help do it, it takes money. Not a lot. It takes a bit, but not a lot. If you've got quite a few supporters and they all chuck in a couple of bob here and there, that little bit of money for the advertising factor, it helps and it gets people over the line. We're not talking billions and millions, like the American things. It's just enough to keep it out there, to keep it in people's minds, and people are starting to wake up in this country. They're starting to wake up.
Yeah, and I'm seeing that.
Let me ask you the question, Johnny. Can you go independent in the election?
I would be totally independent. Totally independent. No ties to any party.
All right.
See, in my opinion, that's the way all politicians should be. There shouldn't be parties. If they can't stand on their own.
That's exactly right. That would be a big change in all elections. If that would be if you would vote for a person and not for a fucking party. You know, the thing is here, we have a very different election system than you have over there. The thing is here, you have two votes on our election, and one is a direction for a person, and one is for the party. And if the party has the majority in that district where you are voting, and they can pick any person going in there, you know, from their list, who is on the list, whatever, position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It depends on the numbers of votes, how many you get on this from this list. And so, therefore, you have absolutely no control. We have in our government, believe it or not, there's 4 or 5 ministers. That's no shit. They lost their own district. They came in over the list, and they are minister in our government. That's no shit.
Well, that's the thing, though, Uwe. It's kind of like what they have. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Johnny, but essentially what you have is ranked choice voting.
But we here they kind of have like it's Labor or Liberal, type of thing, left right type of thing. But there's other parties. But the voting here is you can vote for a single candidate and things like that. And as independents, well, actually, what happened in the last election here, throughout our state and quite a few other states, and that a lot of independents were getting in, addressing local issues that really affected them, that affected their communities and stuff like that. But that's, some of it was state, some of it was federal levels, but the whole part about it is people are starting to wake up, and I've had a guts full of it. The old parasite that we've got in around here, he's done nothing but line his own pockets for years. The one part about it is they need to be active. They need to question. That's the whole part about it, is just because somebody stands up in a political genre, and says, "Oh, we this is our proposal," that you're not on our side. What's wrong with questioning every part of it?
Absolutely.
Because you're going to think about you're representing your members, and you come from that area, you live in that area, your families live in that area. How's this going to affect them? Half of them
But
don't.
let me add something to what I just said. So until 4 or 5 weeks ago, it was, and we have some independent in our parliament. They are without any party, and they got a direct vote, and they won their district, and they got in. But our government we have the Liberals, the Left, and the Green, which is only the names because they are all the same freaking soup. So it doesn't matter. But the government changed our election system, that it will be impossible now, nearly impossible, for somebody getting independent in an election and getting voted into the parliament. There is a votum here. They want to go. They want to go for the Supreme Court to get rid of that shit. But currently it's a fact. It's a law. They changed it, and it's currently a law. So, by the way, if you would go to the election now here, Johnny, you would have no chance because of that change of that law. That's how this system works here. Everything what is going on here, what is set up by these lefties, they even installed like a Stasi system here. They installed and forcing people, spying each other out, families, neighbors.
Yep.
You should blame them on police, on court, on the mayor house for doing this, for doing that. They installed that here, and they force it, and they want it. Nobody fucking cares anymore here. Nobody's standing up and saying, wait a minute, didn't have that shit 80 years ago or back in the GDR? Nobody cares anymore,
You're right. You're right, Jubei. Young ones are brainwashed. They don't know a hell of a lot about it. And history's not taught. Brave New World admitted I'm a lib. Brave New World, like I said, please engage your brain before taking your foot out of your mouth, because you're making a fool of yourself, mate. I'm for fair and just. I'm not Liberal. I'm not Labor. I'm for my country and the people around me and their longevity to be able to do what they've done for centuries without being dictated to. So call me whatever you like, but you'll have to take your foot out of your mouth before you can do that. Okay, I'm going to go and have a cigarette. I'll be back in a couple of ticks. Just
You go ahead, Johnny.
Just read private chat. You know. So.
Yeah, for sure, Uwe. You know, that's the thing when it comes to this party idea, Uwe. And like a lot of changes that have been made to voting systems. Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was doing that right in front of my microphone. But the you know, like there's places now that are doing this ranked choice voting and stuff, where the person who actually gets a vote may not actually where your vote ends up. You know, which is bullshit.
It's the same in your system. You don't even vote for your president directly. You vote for somebody who says he's gonna vote for him.
No.
But you don't even know.
Hold on, though, Uwe. You're talking about the Electoral College. That's different. You're free to think whatever you want, no Brave. The Electoral College was designed so that the cities weren't supposed to be able to overrule the rural areas. The only problem with it is it should have been taken down to the county level, not just the state level. I don't think they ever envisioned that cities would become the size of states, literally in population. That's a huge part of the problem. When you understand why the Electoral College was put into place, when it comes to democracy, and I hate that word when people bandy it about, democracy is basically, if you had a direct democracy, is mob rule, and you can't have that. And that's what's happening in each individual state, is where high concentrations of populations in the cities are literally dictating what the rest of the state is. Like if I showed you an electoral map of Michigan, it would blow your mind trying to figure out how a Democrat over here stays in power or is even elected. But it's just a mere fact that your cities outpopulate the rural areas so highly that the rural areas are really starting to be dictated to. And that's the idea of the Electoral College, is that a city is not supposed to tell you how to live your life if you're not part of the city. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the way that was designed. I mean, I need to go.
I don't think that works out in the US, to be honest.
Oh, it does. If it was taken to the county level, as I said, what's going on in our politics now would be impossible to happen. It just would not be happening. They wouldn't be able to gerrymander voting districts and all this happy shit like they've been doing. that's the crazy part, and people don't understand that. And they have this idea of democracy being the end all be all, but democracy in itself, and I hate to use the cliche, is no more than two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. But see, that's the problem we have when it comes to large population areas dictating what the rural areas are doing just by the mere numbers of people. And we have a democratically elected representatives who are supposed to represent where they come from. It's supposed to equalize some of that population difference. But unfortunately, as I said, I don't think they believe that cities would ever have a population level larger than the whole damn state combined, but they do. And I'm sure it's the same way in Germany. Where the largest cities dictate what the rest of the country does. It's the same thing in Australia. It's the same thing. It's very apparent in Canada. Very apparent. And as I said, people have a misconception as to how that's supposed to work. And it is a very good idea. But it just needed to be taken down further than what it was, rather than just a state level. As I said, if I showed you, well, here, I'll do this, Uwe. This will explain what I'm talking about much better than I can do it in words. Okay, Uwe.
Okay, back again.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here, Johnny. I want to show something to Uwe.
Okay.
And Jesus, I got to take too many damn clicks to share something. This thing. Now, you see that, Uwe?
Yeah.
What's the blue bits, Robert?
Pardon?
What's the blue bits?
Okay, the blue bits are where the Democrats voted. The red bits are where the conservatives voted. But the Democrats won the seats here.
That's Michigan or what? That's whole Michigan?
Yes, that is Michigan. Now, Democrats are blue. Now, you tell me.
You're fucking kidding me, man. How is that possible then?
See, now you're starting to understand why I said the Electoral College should have been taken down to the county level. Because the population centers.
If Detroit is Democrats, it doesn't matter what any other region in Michigan is, you are fucked.
Exactly. That's why the Electoral College should have been taken down to the county level, and what they're doing would not have been possible. So the blue areas are dictating what the rest of the state does just by virtue of population density. Does that make sense now?
That's the same here.
It does.
The Green Party here, they had 15% or 16% in the election, but they are dominating the government with their freaking green, freaking bullshit, freaking carbon neutral, fucking energy system,
Well, but see, Uwe, this is why I'm pointing out. If you look at it from a statewide aspect, you would see and understand the Electoral College at work and why it works. But as I said, our forefathers never envisioned cities having the largest population larger than the rest of the state. That was their only mistake, is they should have took the Electoral College down to the county level, where each county, say per se, and I'm just throwing this out there spitballing, each county has 2 electoral representatives, and that's who you vote for. And then those 2 representatives vote for your upper politicians. That makes each county an area you live in on an equal footing, instead of the high population centers dictating what the rest of the country does or state does.
I mean, that's
And-
the same in Canada. Toronto is
Same-
basically.
It's the same
Toronto is
here, Robert.
basically, yeah.
It's
Toronto is
same here.
basically the most populated area in Canada, and they dictate who wins and who loses.
And that's the point I'm making when you talk about the Electoral College, which you're talking about, Uwe. And people think that that's a bad thing, and it's not. It should have been taken down to the county level, not just the state level. Because as I said, if it was taken to the county level, it would be impossible for the Democrats to rule the rest of the state. But yet
Yeah.
they do.
on populace. But we had an interesting one here where they moved the electoral boundaries here. There was once upon a time a safe seat. So they moved the electoral boundaries, and they did that, and their safe seat went west because a different person got voted in.
Exactly.
So,
They do the same shit here.
and the government, realistically, that's on state level. The government didn't like that because they lost one of their safe seats because they moved that boundary. But I actually said to the candidate, I wished him luck. I said, I like what you stand for, but I can't vote for you because your political ties with another party I don't agree with. He is the most corrupt mongrel piece of shit that I've ever come across in my life. And he's the leader of the larger party, which you're a part of. So I can't give you my vote. He got in. He's a good bloke. But just on principle, I wouldn't vote for him.
I've seen
I'd vote
it.
for the sex party.
I've seen a video, Johnny, from
Yep.
from the state election in New South Wales 2 weeks ago. I showed the video to Robert too, and that shows you and explains you why we are lost. It doesn't matter if you go voting or not. You remember that, Robert?
Well-
what I showed you there?
Ube, the person you're talking about in charge of the Liberal Party.
No, I'm talking
Was-
about the real election. How they count
Yeah.
the votes. How they count the votes.
Oh, how they count the votes is two-party preferred. Simple as that.
Yeah,
No.
and that's called ranked choice voting, which I think is bullshit.
And I complained about that for years because I used to do scrutineering at political. I grew up around politics, so from the age of 18, I did scrutineering for a couple of political parties at electorates, but it was always we do the two parties and then we look at the independents and others. Brave New World, you're a fucking idiot, mate. You're proving to me that people of low mental caliber shouldn't have computers.
And I'm Brave. I'm going to give you a warning. Stop going after Johnny. I don't allow that on my channel, guy.
You can come on and I will debate you. You come onto the panel, mate. And then look at your thing out. .hk. you've got no idea about politics. You're dictated to every day of your life, you dickhead. Nor anything else. You know, you're told when to eat, sleep, do a shit and piss and whatever. But you're not even funny. I doubt if you could actually form a debate. But I'm giving you the opportunity. Come on the panel, and let's debate anything you want. You can debate my political beliefs, yours.
So
I went
anyway,
after you. Yeah,
Got it.
anyhow, forget about him. He doesn't exist in my mind. You know, the whole part about it is these systems have been in place for probably 30 years. And it's all about two parties. It's not about other things. When they get to a level in the boat where the level pegging or whatever, then they look at the second votes, or then they look at the other votes to see how that's going to affect. Unless there's a clear-cut winner, that's why it takes sometimes months to come out with a winner.
And that's ridiculous.
It is. It is. Why should I be dictated to the, oh, you didn't vote for that one or that one, so your vote just stays in the bottom drawer until we want it.
Exactly.
That's bullshit.
And that's BS.
Yep.
And I'm seeing more and more where other countries, even here in my own, some states are actually doing this now, where they're moving to a system that's real similar to that. And what people don't realize is that leads to exactly the very same thing that I pointed out in my own state.
Well,
Where you have a very small area basically dictating to the rest of it.
Hello, Janice. The one thing
Janice.
about it, I've always liked the first past the post voting. In other words, none of this preferencing, none of this other crap. It's if 10 people vote for you, 10 people vote for you, and if there's 50 vote for Robert and 25 vote for Ube, well, Robert's the winner. It's not that my 10 votes go to Ube or whatever.
And he becomes a winner. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's first past the post. One vote is one vote. Not that your vote is used 30 times down the line.
Exactly.
That's bullshit. And that's what the way they've changed it. It is no longer first past the post voting. You've got these preferential systems and all the rest. Why should I have to put number to 1 to 10 or 1 to 15 on a card? It should be number one. That's it.
Yeah,
that's the person I vote for. That's it. That's it. Over and done with.
That's what I said. It's ranked choice voting.
Yep.
You're supposed to rank them in order. You vote a choice. Well, the guy 5 steps on down the line may end up being the winner just by sheer fact that it all slid down to him. And that's
it.
Yes.
You end up with somebody that you really never voted for because your preference went to somebody else who gave your preference to somebody else who gave your preference to somebody else. They got in. No, I made one vote. I didn't make 15 fucking votes.
Exactly. But trying to get people, to understand the flaws in that type of a system is like trying to explain quantum mechanics to somebody, it seems. And it's the same thing when it comes to, like here in the States, when everybody talks about our electoral college. We have what's called a representative democracy.
I'll be right back, guys.
All right, Uwe, no problem. And it's hard to explain to people why that system it actually ends up being fair. And there is no, well, it never used to be. There are some states doing now, like you're talking with, the ranked choice voting, which just absolutely screws everything. And I don't understand how anybody believes that that's acceptable.
Well, and the other thing is, Robert, I can contact, same as most people can, contact the electoral officers and say, we do not go along with this forum or the way you're doing the voting. I did not, and I resent the fact that my vote has been passed down the line so far that this person's in. I made one vote. I didn't make 20 votes because I'm not allowed to. It's illegal. And when you ask them questions like that, they say, oh, that is what the legislation says. You say, well, hang on, I've read the legislation, and the legislation says I'm only allowed to cast one vote, and I can give one preference. So if that one didn't get in, well, he's my second choice. Why is my vote gone all that way down the line?
Well, that's the whole point, though, Johnny. It's a way of, shall we say again, as I had a few panels back, of muddying the waters. You know as well as I do that a fair amount of people, if you were to stand at the polls and ask them who they were going to vote for, they wouldn't have a clue. Not a clue.
Well, predominantly from years of handing out kind of how to vote cards, the dickheads that stand out the front of a polling thing, handing out cards for the person that you support. I always used to stand closest to the gate type of thing where the cut-off line where you couldn't be. A lot of the people, your card was on top, that's who they voted for because they were that dumb. And they only went there to cast their vote and get signed off so they wouldn't get a fine for not voting.
And that just blows my mind. Get a fine for choosing not to choose.
I can tell you.
What if there isn't any shit stain you want to vote for?
That is the thing. In the last election we had in this state, there was the arsehole and who else is going to get voted for type of thing, and that's why he got back in, which surprised me how many dumb bastards around there are. But it doesn't. Brave New World, he'd be one of them. But the whole part about it is the people that don't do their really care about what's going on. You're going to go there. So if you're going to cast a vote, you may as well make it count in the direction you think's best for you and your family. But a lot of them don't even think about that because, the pub's going to be open, the wife wants to go shopping, and I've got to take the kids to football. That's that card on top, that'll do.
Yeah, exactly.
But I have one concern, and the biggest concern I have in all this election stuff. If you vote for somebody direct or if you vote for parties or whatever, we all know that they are all puppets and mostly nobody has the balls to stand up for the folks anymore, So I think it would be.
I tell you what,
would be right to vote somebody directly, yes. But my problem is I would think it probably would not change anything because they get all controlled by these fucking billionaires and corporations, and that in general, I think it would not help most countries at all. I think. So we have to change the whole system behind all that shit, all this crap, this corruption and this controlling by these corporations.
Well, that's part of the problem. 1 second. No Brave. This is your final warning. Lay off it.
I just responded to him, Rob. That's
Well,
okay.
I will. Johnny.
I will retract that. I will retract that right now.
Well, that's fine, but you're going to have a change of status here.
Okay,
So
that's
give
okay.
me 1 second.
You're right. You're right. Your channel, mate.
No. Now I hope you understand what that change of status is now.
I don't, but anyhow, we can talk
Well,
about that later.
Okay, I'll explain it to you later on. Well, I'll explain it to you off scenes. But,
Yeah.
The whole idea when it comes to the Western world, we've been bullshitted so much, and people in general have seen so much crap in the news that it's really hard for them to pay attention to what's really going on. And a lot of people's lives, most people just want to live their life and not be bothered by shit. They don't want to have to take and worry about, crap. And most of them don't have the time to do the research about stuff. No Brave, it wouldn't make any difference. I ask you to please stop. Now stop, guy. The final warning.
And the thing is, this is where
Hey,
money comes into it. The thing is, money comes into it, as in the media level part of it. It's what's splashed across. It gets into a person's head to a certain extent. Young families nowadays, they're all busting their ass. They've got mortgages, the car payments, food, fuel, all those costs, and that budget's got tighter, and they're trying to make a happy home where the stuff that's going on around them does impact them a lot, and just to try and get some breathing space is harder for them. So the saturation part of it comes into it, where they don't really have that time or the inclination to really do their research to see why it's happening, how it's happening, and how it can change. That's my opinion.
Well, for sure. But, you look at the distortion that we have in our so-called news agencies nowadays, and what's bandied about as authoritative information, which I've touched upon on other things, is that how do you trust the information that you're getting when the only thing you have politicians or mainstream media do is slinging mud at each other, and nothing to do with what's actually important, nothing to do with anything that informs anybody. It's all now just one big shit show.
Correct.
How does any person who isn't, shall we say, like myself, who is literally dove into these things supposed to make a reasonable decision when the only thing they see is a big circus?
The whole consume economy we built up, that nothing gets repaired anymore, everything is just basically one way or a single investment. It doesn't matter if you buy a printer, if you whatever, everything is made for just a certain time to hold the big corporations in charge, that they have enough money and enough stuff to produce. And this cars, it's extreme. It would be easy for them to make way better quality cars than back in the days. And tell me, somebody let's say in the middle class, tell me how many percent back in the 70s, 80s would buy every 2 or 3 years a new car? How many? What would you think?
No way in hell.
In this country, you go back 70s, 80s, construction was, and there was good money floating around. Probably every couple of years, a person on a half decent wage would be every couple of years. You'd be, yeah.
Here, I can tell you,
changing
in the
cars,
70s, in the 70s, 80s here, not 10% of the middle class working people would buy a new car every 2 or 3 years. Most of them didn't even buy a new car at all. They basically bought used cars, second-hand cars, because it was so bloody expensive that it was nearly impossible to buy a new car for families. It was impossible.
Well, but
I'd like to say,
go ahead, John.
Go ahead, Rob. No, you're right. You're right.
That's the thing, though, Uwe, and it's the whole idea behind how they have this bandied about that everybody's going to move to electric vehicles. Horseshit.
Yeah, to low the people who are flexible, who can move. Exactly. And even if you have one, you can go. If you are lucky, you can go 400 kilometers. Then you have to charge.
Well, even if you put that aside and don't think about that type of stuff, not the what's, but the whole idea that, oh, by the way, hi down, hello down, good to see you. The idea that every family is going to be able to afford new vehicles, and then on top of it, like, I don't know of any country that has the infrastructure to be able to sustain replacing all their vehicles with electric vehicles. It'll never happen. But see, I don't think they plan on everybody having a vehicle. They want to take away people's mobility.
Like if here, for instance, they've been putting in charge stations, but it's a pretty piss poor effort, but it's companies funding it. Here we travel, large distances. Hybrid would be fine. Total electric in a town scenario, fine. Well, I can see the benefits, but the whole thing is to remove the carbon from the atmosphere and all that from power stations and all that, the whole thing. But how do you generate electricity? They should be putting the money into nuclear.
Yeah, absolutely.
And alternative, except for fossil fuel. Unfortunately, they're not going to get away from fossil fuel for another 100 friggin' years. Whims and prayers don't work.
No, you can wish in one hand and shit in the other, and you still got nothing.
That's right. That's right.
The problem is if you have people in charge, in power, talking about ideologies and not about facts and not about reality.
Uwe, you hit the nail on the head.
If you bring in
Yes.
your freaking thick lefty Maoism, fascism, fucking ideology with no brain at all behind, I give you a good example. Maybe the best example you can have. Our government, still under Merkel, I think in when was the blow up in Fukushima? 2010, 2012? I think 2012. A year or 2
Something
years
like
later, 2 years later, the German government, under the pressure from everywhere, from the coalition and from the opposition, declared that we're gonna shut off our last nuclear power plants in 2022. So then, because of all the energy crisis here and the greenies in the government, they had an agreement that they run the last 3 nuclear power plants here. By the way, the Germans are probably the safest who was built in the 80s, are probably the safest nuclear power plants in Europe. And now, on the 15th, next week, our last 3 power plants getting shut down. Currently, Germany produces the most dirty power in the world. Probably only China produces more CO2 with power than we do, because we run, I think, actually we're running about 60%, 55-60% coal, 12% nuclear, 18% gas, and the rest is like alternative, like water, sun, or wind. So that is the facts. Then comes the next point, that the European Union last year declared officially that nuclear power plants are the most efficient and carbon neutral power stations you can have, and they support to build new ones. The number 1 country paying in the European Union is who? Is Germany. So that means ours are shut down next week. That means we import the power from Belgium, Czech Republic, Poland, France, which have, I don't know, several power plants, nuclear power plants. So we import that, we buy that, and with our tax money, we pay the new nuclear power plants. They get built in France, Belgium, Poland. They're already planned. I think France want to build 2 or 3, Belgium 1, Poland 2, Czech Republic 1. So, and then our economy minister was in the Ukraine this week and saying to the Ukraine government and the economy minister in Ukraine that it's okay for him that they run their nuclear power plants, who are way more scary and dangerous. And one of them is in the freaking Donbass, which already can hit by a freaking bomb every second minute.
Yeah.
You know, and that's exactly what I mean. If there is no brain anymore in government and in politics, if it's all running by ideology, fucking bullshit, with absolutely no sense at all. No sense at all.
Well,
this country is the number 1 fucked up country on this planet. Trust me.
Well, he's not far behind it. They had a nuclear ban, and it's, you know, it's kind of still there to a certain extent. Where I live is brown coal. So the Greenie movement, they've got rid of 1 power station. They've got the eyes on another couple. They stopped a new one getting built, which would have been more efficient, better off, but they don't mind filling up their purse with money from all the other countries that buy the export coal and
Oh,
say,
imagine that.
aren't we green? We're a green country. What a pack of two-faced arseholes. Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
for
build something in somebody else's country. We'll fund it. We'll get our electricity for virtually free and, pay them a little bit. But in our borders, we haven't got any of that. Aren't we so wonderful? What a pack of pathetic arseholes on a world stage. And that's all they're doing. They're all bloody play acting on a world stage. It's no different to the puppet show.
Well, absolutely.
There's so much new great technology in the nuclear power plant that it's almost safer than anything else. You won't even use water for cooling. You can use what it's called. Let me check out. I don't even know the English word for that. But and you can build them underground and shit like that. You can use sinker like lead, for cooling.
Yeah.
And the next thing is that all depended, and it was all related to the horrible situation in Japan. But there's another very, very important fact. There is no earthquakes, no hurricanes, no tsunamis, no tornadoes, no hurricanes, nothing here. This natural disasters are almost gen zero that could happen here if it's not getting hit by like a bomb or whatever.
Well, Uwe, the thing is, Japan's already retooling their nuclear power. That it's virtually impossible for them to melt down. And the thing is, it can be done. The technology's there to do it, as long as you're not making nuclear fucking weapons.
Well, that was always the thing, Robert. That's the exact reason why a lot of the world shunned away from it. Was about the byproduct and what was going to be done with it. And it's possible that uranium by itself and the whole lot, it won't. You hit it with a sledgehammer, no big deal. It's only when it comes into plutonium that you get a thing. But what is the biggest user of plutonium in the world? I can answer that question simply for you. The medical industry.
Part of it, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And what is, I think, all right, instead of a massive big coal-powered fire station with, thousands of acres ripped up to, you just see black crap and all the rest of it. Instead of that, I'd like to see nice rolling hills with green grass and cattle on them, and half of that plant being a nuclear thing, which only takes about a beer can size of uranium to run the bastard for 50 bloody years.
Plus, the nuclear power
it's
plant,
a no-brainer.
They have another big advantage because they use it for heating the houses. They're using the cooling system with pipes underground.
Yep.
For the towns and cities close by to heat their houses. So it's basically zero cost freaking house heating.
Ubay, I remember I worked with a lot of Europeans way back in the 80s and that, and the Dutch with their power stations and that, where we had an elaborate cooling tower, they did exactly that, exactly what you're saying. as far as cooling the water for the boilers, it ran through everybody's heating for their houses, and then the condensate had come back as water, and they'd feed it back into the boiler.
Yep.
They were getting free heating, and there was benefits all round instead
Yep.
of that big structure and the cooling water system and all that. I thought to myself, that'd be wonderful. But the trouble is, this country's so bloody big, you couldn't do it. But
No, I mean, that's a different story. But the thing is,
Yeah.
in your country, you have the big advantage. There's probably only 10%, 15% of the population they really need a heating. Most of the people could heat easily with just 1 or 2 rooms with an open fire or whatever.
Oh, yeah, but they've stopped us cutting down trees now, mate.
Yeah, so that's another thing. Yeah, that's another thing, because even pellet heating is freaking not for the economy anymore. This is absolutely fucked up. What's going on?
Yeah,
Well,
but
it boils down to
what
this.
you're saying.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
John.
go ahead. No, you're right. You're right.
Well, what I'm saying, it boils down to this. It comes down to economics of scale, and they can't raise up the whole world to first world standards. So they're going to try to move everybody down to acceptable levels of what they call, equity.
Yeah,
Where standards aren't, shall we say, what we have in first world. How you doing, Donald? Good to see you.
hey Donald,
No, Donald.
How you doing, guys?
that's exactly what's going on, Robert. They're all
Absolutely.
gonna downsize. They downsize
Well,
everybody.
They don't have like the whole electric vehicle, the whole idea of doing things that would make sense economically for an area or a country isn't their goal. As the saying goes, profit above people. And it sounds, I hate to sound that way because it sounds a bit socialistic, but the truth of the matter is our leadership are supposed to be for the people that they're supposed to represent. And
Yeah, we all thought that, Robert. We all
Pardon?
thought that. We all thought that, and we've been seriously misled. They're there about their back pocket and their kids' college fund.
oh, absolutely. Or yeah, they're one-way ticket to Harvard so they can take and buy themselves another degree that's worthless.
You're right. You're right. And that's something that really, with my statements earlier, that means something to me. And like I was saying, that the fellow that just got elected for this area, a family man, a businessman, the whole lot of it, that went into the arena of politics to virtually say, let's keep the bastards honest, we're sick of this shit, Yes, he stood for a party, not an independent, and it's becoming a lot more and more and more because a lot of people have had a gutsful of it in this country.
Same here. Same
Whoever
here.
believes that Victoria would vote for that bloke who locked them almost for 2 years. I don't know.
Near on
You-
3 years.
So you have to be living, 20 meters under the ground to vote for that fucker again. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
But mate, I'd like to give him my vote via a 3006 round. Because I tell you what,
Come on, Johnny.
if there was ever a person that deserved to die, it's him. Because of his sheer arrogance, the whole lot of it. He don't give a shit about anybody. He is worse than some of the worst dictators in history.
Yep.
Yeah,
Hey, Dono,
he's
Dono.
really freaking big head.
Dono.
Michelle
think
Bell,
he
hello. How you doing?
He didn't realize he's not muted, I guess.
Donald. All right. Well, I'll take care of that for the moment.
I recognize the tune he's playing.
Yeah, I do
Yeah.
too. I just,
Yeah.
I don't want it. Granted, I love to play him, but I don't want it stomping all over the conversation.
He makes great music, no question about that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Christ, I lost my train of thought now.
Last train to Tulsa.
Yeah. But
Well, Johnny Cash, I hear that train coming around.
Hey, sorry, I lost the air.
Yeah, I don't mind you playing your guitar and stuff, guy, but you're coming through and it was very hard to have a discussion.
Oh, sorry, I was unaware. I thought I was muted. Sorry.
No, that's all right, guy. I took care of it, no problem.
Do you mind if I answer Michelle?
Yeah,
Robert?
go ahead.
Totally. Sorry, can I just get guys? I'll carry on the horse and cheers.
The Michelle, it's like this is a big problem, and it's not only here. Police are law enforcement officers. They've got a hard job to do, and I salute them for that. When politics comes into it, which conflicts with their own beliefs, there's that percentage that are arseholes. And one of the problems in this state with the lockdowns and things like that, there was fines and things like that. None of it was really legal, but the whole part about it, there was a financial gain to officers. And they can move if they generate their employer a good amount of fund revenue, they can move through the ranks rather quickly, which is wrong. The whole lot of it's wrong.
Not only Victoria. New South
No,
Wales. The cops were not better.
It's right, but the whole part about it, instead of the police, like I've got a mate that's in the force, and he can't wait to next year and he retires. He's so much out of guts full of it. My brother-in-law's brother was in the force. He pulled out years ago. He said bullshit to it. It's where politics get in the way of law because the people in charge to a certain extent start dictating, and it's not necessarily law. And it's got nothing to do with law. That's why the courts have virtually thrown everything out and just said it's not even legal. Piss off. But the other part about it, the comeback from the people, there was police here getting the illegal demonstrations. Well, I think people have the right, but at that time everything was a little bit touchy. But older pensioners and stuff like that, you get a young burly policeman throwing pensioners around. Well, isn't he a hero? The bastard should have been shot on sight because I bet you his parents would be really proud of him. So I hope that answers your question, Michelle.
I'm connected to many Aussies with the channel I'm basically on daily, and they are all out of the freedom movement, and they're very involved in Adelaide in Sydney and also in Melbourne.
Yep.
And I can tell you, they can tell you some stories, man. It's
Oh, look, I know that Ubay. I think I'm sub to that channel, but they
no, we
believe
don't
me.
talk politics. We don't politics anymore now
No,
because
I have my beliefs, but the ones in Melbourne were kind of pushing a couple of boundaries that I kind of went, well, hang on, you've gone over my line, type of thing. I know they were doing it for awareness and whatever, but they were heading to a place where I consider to be sacred. To do a rally, and yeah, that to me was no. And I was going to join them on a couple of rallies, and I said to them, I said, you've lost me. You don't go near the shrine. You know, would you like somebody going up and sit on your grandmother's or your parents' grave and shitting on it, type of thing? Because that, to me, that's what that was. But anyhow, that's over and done with that.
Yeah,
Next
well,
conversation.
I don't know anything about that. I'm talking about when they were at the Melbourne Parliament and stuff, you know. And
Yeah,
I've seen enough violence from the cops.
yeah.
Even Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide, whatever you want to take.
Well, that's been ubiquitous across the whole damn Western world.
World.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There was the same here. Exactly. It was the same here. But New Zealand and Australia, they were a little bit more brutal than the rest of the world, I would say, from what I've seen.
The things that I can speak of that I seen that and I want to address a couple of things in this. Putting people in what they called quarantine camps, to me, was akin to throwing people in prison for having a virus, or not even having a virus in the case of that one woman.
Instead of China, that was only in Australia.
Here, they actually had designs to do the same thing here. They, unbeknownst to the people, they literally already had the camp set up. Same thing.
Yeah, but they didn't do it. In Australia,
they didn't do it because they seen the reaction down there, and the reaction up here would have been 1,000 times worse. It's really funny how they go about allowing different, shall I say, testing of certain social issues in different places. And they pick them very particularly because they rely upon a population who isn't going to go full on French Revolution on them. That's the thing, and that's why I think a lot of it didn't transpire, even though they had this. I mean, they still have everything's all set up in there. Never used it. Had they tried, things would be very different right now. I do believe that would have been the shall we say, the reach too far when it comes to here. And
I mean,
one more thing, Uwe, and I'll let you have it. Now, when it comes to the protests and stuff, you couldn't have a, say, pro-Second Amendment, pro-life, or anything like that, or even like you look at J6. But you could have BLM and Antifa burning down cities or murdering people and things like that, and that's quite fine.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't do a damn thing. And you'd have politicians out there in the middle of them, no masks or nothing, and saying, I support this and I stand with this and I stand with that. Michelle, absolutely correct. And I think they wanted much more than that, to tell you the truth. The idea that we can sit and watch a politician on TV stand in the middle of one thing and claim, well, I support this, I support that, I support this, and totally ignoring very mandates, and I use the word mandates because they were not laws, placed upon people, and flies in the face of the very same thing they're trying to force other people to do or not do in a case when it comes to speaking your mind, you know. And go ahead, Uwe, you got the floor. It's all yours, guy.
We talked about that earlier. If it would be really about the health of the citizens, then Australia and New Zealand would be in the perfect spot to do that easily. Just lock the airports and lock the harbors, and you are completely insulated from everything else. Nobody would get in there, you know. But that was never about the health. And that's what the thing is. It was all about control. We know that. We had in 2020, when it was almost on the highest level, and they were forced to wear even the mask while they're doing protests on the streets. We had like Christopher Streets and Trump's freaking protests here, where nobody cared about distance or wearing a mask or whatsoever. They run there naked, half naked, whatever. Nobody gives a crap wearing a mask or having a fucking social distance. So it's up. This whole shit was the biggest scandal in history of humans. I clear that.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's as I said, they use different countries for different tests to see what they can get away with the populace.
Yeah.
Like in your country, you know, the whole they're literally whittling your population down to where they're not going to be able to afford to heat their own homes. Australia, you look at how they had the whole idea, and granted, their whole encampment idea kind of burned them in the ass. That was the bridge too far, shall we say? It really tainted a lot of people to buy the narrative into what was going on. I do think that really opened a lot of people's eyes. Trump didn't egg anybody on. No, Brave. Go watch his speech and then tell me which part egged people on. I don't think asking people to protest peacefully is egging people on. That's a right we have in this country. You know, so the ideas that are used in different places, the same thing with the Canadian stuff that went on there, and then the things that went on here, the things that went on in your country, the things that went on Johnny's, and many different places in the world. To me, was just more of a test bed to see what they could get away with. And everybody says, well, who they are. We know who they is. It's not a problem.
Yeah, we don't know it by name, I would say.
Well, sure we do. It's
probably
Dave Wilson, the WEF Uwe. We know who it is.
Yeah, but like I say, we don't know the names behind that. The guys in the front, if it's Schwab or whatever, they're all puppets as well. So there's a lot of speculations about the people behind, but in fact, I don't think that anybody can say a name and can prove it.
Well, I can say Klaus Schwab. I can say Henry Kissinger. I can say Bill Gates.
Yes, that's the guys.
I can say
they are in front.
Old Georgie Porgy Pudding Pie. You know what I'm saying? I can say all them names.
Yeah,
That's not a problem.
that's the names we all know. But they are not. They are not in response. They are not. They are not the big guys.
Well, I don't think there's any one particular big guy. I think it's all in coordination from many multinational corporations and the heads of those that wish to they want to destroy national borders. That's obvious. They want one central rule, one central set of governance. Yeah, no Brave. Yeah, they did, but that had nothing to do with Trump. That was all Pelosi, and they have the actual texts and phone calls from her to prove it. That's why they turned down the whole thing of Trump asking if they wanted help in the National Guard, and they said no.
Nancy Pelosi was a very nasty bit of gear.
That's putting it politely.
I wasn't, well, it is a family channel as well, so I wasn't going to say what I really felt.
Let's just admit it, dude. She was the model for the Crypt Keeper. How's that?
Yeah. The whole thing about it, but if we go back to Obama, he really put in place in American politics.
Oh yeah, he was the silver-tongued snake.
The first stage of the deception, Absolutely. In my opinion, from the outside looking in, which is easy to do on the outside looking in. And the biggest unfortunate part about it is the common person suffers, and they're used as pawns in a game that they've got no control over.
Oh, absolutely. All right, one more thing. You're free to believe whatever you want, no Brave. Personally, I think that's a bunch of bullshit. But you're free to believe it. Hey, guy, whatever. The infiltrations when it comes to the J6 has already come out being proven that it was the three-letter agencies that had people embedded. There's video of it. Not a problem.
Well, that three-letter agency is, there's two three-letter agencies.
Actually, there was three involved, but yeah.
Yeah. They have been a very large problem in so-called world politics and police actions and things for years.
You're talking conspiracy again. Come on now.
Oh, is that a conspiracy? I thought it was the truth because it's been truly documented. You know
that's the thing. Being of a person who has firsthand experience in some of that, and used as a pawn in that, you're very much speaking the very same thing that made me wake up and realize what was really going on, Johnny.
Well, the one thing about it, my first trip abroad was free, and I could go to new countries and meet new people and lots of stuff like that. So then I kind of looked at it and said, well, what the hell am I doing here? And my comrades at arms, hey, what the hell, fellas? This is bullshit.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, absolutely. The ideas that, as me and you were actually talking about this prior to this panel coming on, the populace in ourselves, through virtue of nationalism, which is really funny, they use that to send our children to war, but yet they themselves won't take those risks, but they're more than happy to send our kids.
I've in my time in the service, I did not come across anybody from the Ivy League. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. I'll quote a song lyric. They send your children to war to serve bastards and whores, so now you know.
Oh, that's good lyric. I like those lyrics.
Yeah. Or another one would be brother kill brother for the promise of another. They're building empires.
Hello. Yeah. The whole thing about it, although we're talking about what is now history.
No, for sure. But it's the same old song and dance, Johnny.
It reflects on present because the game plan hasn't changed.
No, absolutely not. As I said, it's the same old song. And No Brave, that is one thing I will agree with Don.
And yeah, I'll actually do that, agree with that. The first intelligent thing he said all night. But the one part about it is Donald Trump was the first president of the United States not to enter into a war.
Yeah, and actually tried to remove them.
That's right.
That's the thing about, I guess, that people don't understand. I was talking about this with Uwe too. An interview that I was watching. This guy made a good point that kind of stuck with me. Was that you look at Matt Taibbi, who is a liberal, progressive journalist, independent, kind of like Glenn Greenwald and all that stuff, but yet they're considered outsiders in their own party because they won't toe the party line and talk bullshit. The same thing was said about Trump in that, is that, yeah, maybe he's part of the rich echelon, but he's an outsider when it comes to, shall we say, the games that are played in politics, because he was never part of that. How you doing, Brian? Good to see you. You know, and that's a testament to why they want to shut him up so badly, because I really think that, and I'm of the mind that if he gets back in, it ain't going to be like the first time. I have a feeling that the game's going to be a little different, shall we say. I hope he does like his TV show and fires every swinging banana in there to be family correct or family sensitive.
I've been following. Well, I can only get it from tainted media about what's going on with Donnie. The outcome of it will be an injustice. The ramifications will be an injustice.
Well,
and
the ramifications already, I don't think they understand the Pandora's box that they've opened.
And it was something like I said earlier on. JFK, his little girlfriend was Marilyn Monroe, and she didn't come cheap. And you go, Monica, and that didn't go away at a here's your severance check. So what has Johnny done that's so different? But the thing is, he paid with his own money, not state money, not the country's money.
That's
And
that's what the whole.
And the other thing is, Robert, the other thing is, Robert, he never drew a wage from the people of America for the service that he did.
I know, and some people seem to
Forget it.
well, they make light of that and try to shit all over it. That's another thing to address is the absolute sheer hate that I see.
Yes.
And for no reason other than the bullshit. In my mind, it wouldn't matter if it's Trump or if it was Bugs Bunny or whoever. The thing that they've done in media and state and propaganda has been very effective in, shall we say, firing up the so-called marginalized, I guess, to put it politely.
Mm-hmm.
And what they don't understand is they're the useful tools that are being used as the fodder to create the chaos. And unfortunately, I think they're on a path to realize it way too late.
I think this is going to be, well, it's something the whole world is watching to how this is going to play out, because some of the people there that are trying to fire the bullets have got very, very short memories. And yep. I think they'll have to get the carpet cleaners in, because now they've opened the box, like you say, it's going to be very hard to close it.
Oh, I don't think it will be. Then that's why, I have seen a few veterans speaking up online saying that we've officially become a banana republic.
Well, that's what they want.
That's exactly what they want.
I think we are on the best way to declare us a banana republic.
Well, you have to look.
We all know the agenda behind it.
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
Let's face it. We were the third or fourth biggest industrial nation in the world, and
yes,
on one thing, what Trump was complaining about, we have way more exporting than importing. That's right. Because everybody wants our products. If it was the cars, whatever it was, everybody wants the German products,
Well, no, see, that's I think you're missing one thing there, Uwe, that I don't think is quite right. You guys really weren't exporting more than you're importing because they were screwing you through your own power. That's why they did what they did. By taking away,
we still exported more than we imported, like products, not half products or semi products,
Yeah, and Germany was noted for building quality stuff.
Exactly.
That's definitely not a thing to debate. There's no doubt about that, Uwe. But when we're talking about what you're speaking of, isn't on the same level as multinationals moving shit to third world countries, or where they literally can, have slave labor, and your production or our production or Johnny's production in their countries is expected to compete on a world market. with subpar standards, subpar products, but still priced out and passed off at a premium price, as if they were built in our own countries.
That is correct, Robert. They bought brands, top brands, moved them offshore, lowered quality standards and the whole lot of it, ruined the local markets as far as competitors by flooding the market with inferior, cheaper product. A very good marketing plan as far as that goes, where I dare say America and Germany, you'd have your $2 shops, which are full of Chinese plastic crap and all this shit.
Yep.
Everybody goes in there and they, spend a couple of dollars. Oh, here I need a nail brush or I need whatever.
Yep.
Once upon a time, that brush would cost you half as much again, but it was made in your own country, and its quality would be 200% better. So they achieved their goal by taking all of that out of the country, and they have no competition. That's the thing. That's the real thing on retail or whatever. If you've got no competition, you can put your price there and the quality can be what you have. If that's what you want, that's what you get. And that's why a lot of people are so disgusted worldwide that is all you can get is crap. And people are sick of paying for crap.
Well, and as I look at what it's done to supply chains across the world.
That was all by design as well. You know that.
Oh, absolutely. And no, Brave, there's nothing to debate about your last message when it comes to Jekyll Island. If you want to travel across the pass, jump on my panel. I will take you down all different kinds of places. If you really want to delve into something, jump into the Devil's Chessboard and tell me what that's about, because I have firsthand knowledge of it. The thing is, we've been trapped by our own governments, our own politicians, and our own corporations.
Correct. Hallelujah. Yes.
And that's the thing. We've got to get rid of the fear of the bullshit. None of this would have happened if we'd had enough people if enough people would have just said no. And like on my last panel, I said, if you could get 1 million people in every country to start ringing these politicians' phones off the hooks, and everybody says, well, that's not effective. Well, no, it might not be effective, but if you get 1 million people rattling their cage every day, they're going to pay attention. Because as I said before, they don't want a French Revolution 2.0. So there comes a point in time when they will listen. And in the meantime, we need to be working back towards getting our governments so they do actually represent their populations and not the wills of corporations or, governments outside of ours.
As I kind of said, Robert, a lot of politicians, they start off, not all, but a lot of them start off okay. And like I say, to run a campaign or whatever is costly. Donations that come from companies, they want favors for their support. Myself, I'd never do that because it's just against my bloody makeup,
Well, see, lies the rub there. If you're going to be a man of person, to be politically correct, if you're
Yeah.
going to be a person of morals and principles, you have no business in politics. In this day and age.
I think morals and morals, right from wrong, the whole lot of it has got a lot of room, and it needs to make a return.
No. I was being facetious there, Johnny.
I know that. I know that. The whole thing about it is, I wouldn't. I'm going to do it, but the whole thing about I won't go in there to win because I haven't got the money to do it. I want to do it just to take those votes away from that other person, so they kind of think, well, shit, maybe I might have a talk to him, and so we can get some moral ground happening. That's the main thing. That is the achievable goal. To win a seat without a lot of money and selling your soul to the devil, can happen.
Absolutely.
But the thing is,
but to get that,
Johnny, you have some senators in your parliament. They speaking up, and the same is in England. The same is in England. The same is here.
Yes,
but
we have.
They nobody gives a crap. Nobody takes it even serious or brings it even up to the big news. And that's how they control. They control.
Well, media.
All the media.
Yeah, media's got a lot to do with you, mate. Don't worry about that. Like some of them try political stunts. Lieutenant, welcome. Thanks for coming along. Always appreciate Lieutenant, his comments and that.
Oh,
very
absolutely.
Smart man.
There.
Morals have got a lot to do with conviction.
Well, one word I should have used should have been the word integrity.
Yes, and integrity is there.
To stand by and back what you say in this day and age is a rarity.
I suppose, this like on a personal level, I used to be involved in the unions to a certain extent, but only as far as workers' rights, not demanding what was written down, kind of not to be used and abused. Because back in the day, we had a lot of employers that would use and abuse people, and we at times had to stand up for our rights, and not being dictators, just to say, well, hang on, these are our rights. You mob signed off on that. Let's just go to work and do what we're supposed to be doing. Don't ask for more than you want to give, because if you want more, then you got to pay, type of thing. You always had employers pushing the limits and things like that. So on that level, for probably 30 years, but I was always a tradesman too. I'm very well known in my area. It's just a case of getting back out there if I want to sell what I'm trying to sell, you know what I mean? Because that integrity part of it and conviction, I've had that for a lot of years. But anyhow, I'm not here to talk my politics. I'm here to talk about politics.
Well, no, we're speaking of in general. And Lieutenant Nescafe, I do agree with you. There are three things that can't be used interchangeably, but they all play a part of a whole. I don't think you can have integrity or conviction or a sense of morals without the others.
Um,
That's, I guess that's going without being said, but that's a rarity in politics anymore. I don't think there's anybody that'll disagree with me on that.
we've had, in honesty, we've had some people with the belief and things like that. The reason they didn't get over the line was mainly the way they projected themselves, and that's what did it. You've got to kind of appeal to the family person, not the higher echelon, because they'll tell you to piss off because you might fuck up their deals. But in politics, the common voter is the person that you really want to look for, not the Ivy League, not up the top, because they've already done their shit.
Oh, absolutely.
I think politicians, there was never, let's say in the last 100 years, there was any politician with a complete white vest. But there was politicians with character and with balls, let's say 30, 40 years ago. And they are basically all gone. Nobody makes the politics for their own country and for their own folks anymore. All their politics, they make fucking to screw you up.
Well,
to make a global politics. We have money
Absolutely.
for everything,
Absolutely.
and that's the fact for every country who has some money. If it's Australia, if it's Germany or US, we have money for everything. For Ukraine, for India, for China, for whatever. But for your own country, look at our roads. Look at our fucking historical catastrophe we had almost 2 years ago with the flooding, with 140 dead people, and on an area of 60 kilometers, we had thousands of houses destroyed, and they are still sitting on the fucking ruins of their houses, lost everything. Sometimes they lost even family members, and they still sitting there getting no help, no money, nothing. That is the reality. And we have no politicians anymore who takes responsibility for the fucking folks,
there you go. You hit the nail on the head. Accountability, Uwe.
Yes.
Let me address Lieutenant Cafe for just 1 minute, guys.
Go for it.
Morality, as I'm using in this context, isn't based on a belief system, in my opinion, but based on a reality of fact. I'm not speaking from a religious standpoint. I'm speaking from a human standpoint. If you want to speak in absolutes, there's the difference between right and wrong, just as murder is right or wrong, or just as thievery, or any number of things. That's the morality I'm speaking of when it comes to moral conviction. Now, I don't ever want to put a religious bent on it because there's many religions in the world, not just one. If you want to talk about integrity being to stand by convictions that you're going to stand by. If I'm going to have a pronouncement of this is what I stand for, then I need to be firm in those, unless I'm shown by a factual thing to make me change my mind. If I was a politician, as a person, I still go by that. I'm willing to be wrong. That's the thing. If that's what you think I'm referring to is religion, I'm not. I'm speaking of directness. Maybe if you were up here, you could expand out more about what you're trying to get at, and then I could address that. Because I'm not quite sure where we're crossing wires here.
Oh shit, man! Now they're burning fucking cars in Paris too. Holy!
Well, that don't surprise me.
Lieutenant, I think you're kind of blowing smoke up Robert's ass with that comment. Realistically, our societies are built on the 10 Commandments. That's where most of the laws of the land come from, based on the 10 Commandments. So if that doesn't make any sense to you, I dare say, well, you need to study it, because all constitutions in the Western world, virtually, are based on the 10 Commandments. And I'm not talking about the religious standby. I'm talking about it's all on moral grounds.
That's certainly a debate that needs to be had, Johnny. No doubt.
Look, that it's been flapped around. Actually, I've got a court case coming up, which refers to exactly the same thing. But the whole thing is, thou shalt not steal. Well, that's right. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbour's wife. Well, you don't go next door and fuck the neighbour, do you? That's not socially bloody acceptable. It's all about living in community and harmony. I don't think any of it's hard. And it might have started off as a religious thing, but it was just 10 guidance, messages of guidance. I'm not talking about where it came from or any of that, but the whole part about it is it's a very good starting line in the sand for harmonious life, isn't it?
Well, there's many things that can be used about things of the past applied to things of the present or possibly things in the future. The ideas and the concepts may not be a one-to-one transfer, but there are some truths that are, well, I hate to say this, Christ, I'm starting to sound like the founding fathers of this country. There are some truths that are, held to be self-evident.
Yeah.
That doesn't denote any particular religious bent, nor does it anything else. It's called being a decent human being. I think that's lost on a few people sometimes.
A majority of, yes.
Well, I don't want to color everybody with the same brush, because there's so many different belief systems out there, depending upon the knowledge and information that they have. Which is something I was trying to get at on my last panel when it comes to truths. One person's truth, it could be different than another person's truth just by the mere ability to access information or have access to information. If you aren't told everything, i.e. the disease we had to have, how do you make a rational decision?
Well, you can only make a decision based on the information in front of you.
Exactly. And that's
Yeah,
what turned our worlds upside down.
And if it's biased,
Or if it's plain bullshit.
well, let's just say if it was biased, and we weren't given a pros and cons, we were given scenarios. It's pretty hard to make an informed choice, isn't it?
And that's the problem we had, why we have so many people still believing part of the things that were bandied about then.
Yeah.
They literally scared people to shit to the point that their brains fell out.
They killed a lot of people. That's probably what they wanted to do, reduce the populations.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that's over.
I think that's one point, Johnny. They failed in their order they had. I think they thought they could kill way more. And that's probably
we're talking, that's conspiracy now, but
they haven't finished yet, Yubei, because what they injected us with, now they're proving that was, that was a slow acting, so it's only a matter of time.
let me. Truth can be changed. No brave. Fact cannot. There's a difference.
Yeah, the truth. If you
Truth
back
is
to
based-
back to the winners, the truth is made by the winners. The story is made by the winners.
Well,
But not
yes,
the fact.
and the truth is dictated by your access to information.
Well, that's correct. But how many times did we see Professor whatever from
Yeah.
wherever,
Absolutely.
and he was employed by whom? They gave a theory. Then we saw another associate professor employed by somebody else that was slightly different. And then we saw a dumbass employed by nobody. They actually gave us the truth, but they were shouted down.
Yeah,
That's
they
what
were
I
shut
said
up.
on another panel a couple of days ago here.
Yeah.
That was what Humboldt was saying. Humboldt said science has to be completely independent from any other money than yourself. That you can concentrate on the science and not getting paid by any company, by any private person. If you are really independent and you are not dependent to any money, whatever, then you can make real science. And not if the let's say if the result is already dictated by that who gives you the money to do whatever you have to develop,
Well, but
And
therein
I
lies
think
the rub over.
that was a very, very smart fucking speech by Humboldt, man.
But the one part about it, to sustain life, you need an income, and in the field of sciences and that equipment, all of those kind of things cost money, and the only way you're going to get that is somebody else either gives it to you or you work for somebody to get it. Science is compromised from day one because the employers, the providers want an outcome that they want to hear.
I think
For somebody, without talking over you, sorry, without somebody breaking the cone of silence, which is actually really going to cost them their job and a whole lot of it because they've gone against what their employers or whatever want. is a very bold statement. Very bold statement, because technically, after that statement comes out and their employers hear that, they're gone.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I think
that's. Go ahead, Uwe. Then
I
I'll
think
add
my English is probably not good enough that you don't understand what I want to say.
Well,
That's
say
exactly
what you want to say.
that's exactly the point. That
Yeah.
if the science is only for producing or for making money, that's exactly what Humboldt want to say is it has to be for the science and not for making profit out of it, you know. And
exactly,
if
Uwe.
and if any university, any college, any freaking lab gets sponsored by whoever to do this or to do that, that it's already in before you even started, the result is already been done. That's what the facts are these days, right?
Hmm.
Then
Well,
the science has lost their freaking sense, you know. You don't need science for that then.
but
The same
there.
is nobody, no pharma concern or corporation would make any freaking money if they would freaking do their products for our health, because they would be bankrupt in a heartbeat. If everybody would have the same pills and the right pills to heal this and to heal that, everybody would be healthy and the pharma would be done, you know. So the pharma is only for producing money, for fighting symptoms, but never fighting the root.
Yeah, for sure, Uwe. One thing that I'll point out, and you're correct. The things that went on here when the whole follow the science thing wasn't based upon actual science. That's readily obvious now. And what floors me is people should have realized that the voices that were speaking up who didn't have a financial interest in any of it would have been more likely the ones you probably should have listened to.
Jordan Peters.
There's many, Johnny. I mean, when this first started, there was I can't remember his name. He was one of the world's top virologists, and he literally did a talk on LinkedIn like the day after all this started, and they crushed him. They literally crushed him because he brought everything out to the table, and this guy knows his shit. And that's what happened with a lot of things that allowed the things to transpire in our countries. But it was also the things that rooked people into being and acting the way they did when it come to all the things that governments got away with.
I forgot the name of this French scientist. He was even a Nobel Prize owner, and he was an old guy. And he was pointing out in early 2020, pointing out the same stuff as Bhakti and many others, that all this is completely bullshit. He suddenly died. Don't want to go any further, but
Yeah.
he was old, so it's not impossible that he died. But it was quite interesting that he died after he mentioned that. And he was one of the heroes of the world, not only from France, because he was in this genre. He was a genius, and he was talking completely against the narrative, and everybody who was against the narrative was out.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. They used that as a tool to control people, not only politically but legally, with nothing more than mandates, which are not laws.
That's right.
Yeah.
Mandates, and if you go back to our constitutions, mandates and what's the other ones? Shit, slipped me mind. And there's quite a few of them. They're not law. And,
No.
and until they're voted on in Parliament and passed, they're not worth the paper they're written on.
Absolutely. But see, we allowed our governments and our law enforcement and our politicians to treat mandates as if they were law.
No, did we? Or was
Well,
that forced upon us?
a-
I think
as
the
it, as
latter.
it,
I
as it
think the
goes,
latter.
I will agree with you on that. The thing of it is, though, there's many things that I could address to that, but it boils down to that they scared enough people shitless that their brains fell out, because it wouldn't have took a very large example being right now. Only in many countries, when it comes to the, shall we say, getting their updates, in this country, it's less than 20%. If that's not a testament to people are saying, hey, what the hell? I don't know what is.
Well, here,
If the same percentage would have said, hey, no, F you. One, these companies wouldn't have been able to do what they did. The politicians wouldn't have been able to do what they did. None of this stuff would have transpired if the levels of resistance would have been the same as we have now. But they scared so many people shitless that you had grandma and grandpa thinking they were going to die if they walked out their front door.
oh yeah, exactly right. But the interesting thing here, Melbourne, which is not far away from where I am, just the other side of it, there is a CSIRO, which is government lab, and within saying, oh, there's a disease or whatever, they did interviews with the people from the CSIRO lab, and they were, oh yeah, and they're holding up a test tube. So, oh yeah, that's that and that and that and that. They knew exactly what it was. But yet our government didn't get them to make, which are employed by the Australian public. They didn't get them to make an antiviral or anything like that. They sent their money over to the frogs and the Germans and whoever the fuck, when they had people and a capability, 200 kilometres down the road from me.
Well, there lies the rub, though, Johnny.
Who bought shares in whose company?
Exactly. And it doesn't come to any one nation state. It comes across back again to multinational corporations dictating policies in countries.
Correct.
It's really hard to have a conversation with people when you say, well, this was manufactured in this country, it was manufactured in this country, it was done in this country. Well, it really wasn't, because it was all under the same umbrella of what, three companies, three corporations,
and you had scientists all over the world working on it, sharing information.
Well, were they? There lies the rub. Who was working on what and who was sharing what information? Even testimony that we had here in our Congress from give me a second here. When Moderna and the board with the FDA and all this stuff, when it come to the decisions, when it come to the disease, the actual head of the CDC was left out of the conversation, because their original assessment was, and they have the emails to prove it. Their original assessment was that this absolutely is not natural. And then 2 days later, after Fauci has a meeting with, shall we say, the majority of this board, but they left out the only person who was, shall we say, not susceptible to convincing of alternative narratives. all of a sudden they all magically changed their mind 3 days later and said, "Oh well, no, it's a natural origin," when they were all saying the exact opposite 3 days prior.
You know, the whole thing about it is they'd got their share certificates. Righto, let's pass this and let's make money.
Well, they got, in that case there, they got their, shall we say, their pre-peace pink slip notices that you'll follow the narrative or you won't have a job tomorrow.
Yeah.
2 people from our FDA actually, for the original board, quit just because of this. And that's not my words. That's right. You can go just for the censors who want to take and listen to what the hell I'm saying. Not the people on the board, but the people who want to take and censor people. It's right in our own congressional records. You can go watch it. It's nothing that's not public now. Which I won't be shocked if I don't get dinged for this panel. I will be shocked if I don't. But
the one thing, Robert, is the lies, the corruption, the dictatorship, the bullying, the waste of public funds just to control a population. Every part of that is criminal.
Yeah, absolutely.
So once that smart ass state bloody prosecutor gets going, when he finishes with Donny, you want to start rounding the rest of the bastards up too.
Yeah, well, I think he's going to be in for a rude awakening.
What he's gonna retire to the Bahamas.
Well, I can think of a couple other alternatives that I won't speak of, but
he might be in other words, he's into concrete. I'll get a little boys room back in a minute.
Yeah, I'm going to grab a coffee too, so I'll be right back. So the floor is yours, Uwe.
All right.
All right, I'm back, Uwe. Earth to Uwe. Just so everybody knows, I guess we're on a 5-minute coffee break. So I guess smoke them if you need to go do it and go get yourself a coffee, and discussion will pick up here in a little bit. Are you back, Uwe?
Yeah, I'm back.
All right. I was just taking a peek over there at that protest stuff. You know, I
Crazy what's
find
going
it.
on there.
Yeah, absolutely. I find it quite interesting, though, that their police forces are still still towing the line, all things considered.
Yeah.
They're humans just like everybody else, and what I find quite hilarious is I'm sitting here watching the police line walk, and they're pushing one part of protesters, but yet they got thousands of them behind them as well. So I'm not quite sure what they're accomplishing, other than they're just kind of walking along with the crowd, so to speak. I don't get it.
Yeah, I was just looking in between a little bit while we are talking. Honestly, I forgot to even make it on TV, but they were really aggressive before. They slapped somebody down and, with the sticks, and like I said, the French are not fucking around, and they getting to the level now where it's getting worse and worse. And
Well, yeah, there's
and
no doubt
I'm
about
pretty
that.
sure it will take only a few more months, and then they will have like civil wars down there.
I don't know. I can't predict that, Uwe. I just find it quite humorous that you have a row of police walking, side by side through the middle of the crowd, supposedly moving people in a different direction when they got looks to be thousands of people behind them as well. So I'm not really sure what their accomplishment is here. I would not want to be in their shoes. Let's put it that way.
No.
It kind of relates back to here in some changes to what superannuation, retirement benefits type of thing. The police were ordered to keep law and order and all that kind of thing. Every one of them was going to benefit what we were trying to do. And it was, instead of big companies taking money from workers for a so-called benefit that didn't exist, they'd close the company down. The last man in the company took all the money, and then away they went, and the workers got stuff all except for screwed over, until it became somewhat a private thing, and all the employers had to then pay into those funds, and the government legislated it and things like that.
Yeah.
The police knew for a fact they were in the same boat. So they were kind of, anybody a little bit silly, they'd just tap them on the shoulder and say, come on, don't be stupid, mate. We're here just to keep order. So don't be silly. And there was never any problems. I can understand what the French are doing with retirement ages being changed. Myself, when I first started working, retirement age was 55. Now it is 67.
Yeah, and it's further than that here.
But
And
Go ahead, John.
that is not the only point there in France, Johnny.
I realise that, Ube, but that was one of the main points. People saw themselves getting shafted by governments.
Well, yeah, and the other point was that it was done by mandate, not by vote.
Correct.
Yeah, that's another big part of it. That is not how those things are supposed to work, and I do believe that's one of the other big reasons. Hence why all this whole shit show across this planet in the Western, the Western world particularly, but many other countries as well. I'm actually surprised that it isn't much more prolific across the world at the moment. Because it seems to me governments have gotten this idea, since the coup, that, we don't need to address the representatives or have a vote on anything. We can just dictate it, or we can mandate it, which to me is nothing more than dictation.
It is. You're right. You're 100% right, Robert. But the real part about it is the governments basically, they pissed all their money up against the wall. So what can they use as collateral? So that they're grabbing everybody's retirement funds, using that as collateral, and saying, now you have to work longer, without telling people that they are collateral. They're working life.
Points too, Johnny. Yeah.
That's
sure.
Look, I know that, Ube. That's why I feel very confident talking about it. Governments are using their people, their ability to earn, as collateral, and that in itself is wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's fucking criminal. It's criminal.
So
Yeah.
I don't know the difference in other countries. I can only talk on my country. But here, the basic worker or employee pays monthly in a you get it from your paycheck. It gets automatically taken off. You pay unemployment, you pay health care, and you pay retirement from your income you get, plus taxes for sure. So and then there's a point system on how much you earn. From that, what you get, there's a certain percentage you have to pay for all this stuff. And after that point system, in 45 years working, there's whatever a margin behind that gives you what you get for retirement. So the regular is now man has to work to 67 and females I think to 68 or 69. And if you are a federal clerk, so you are employed by the government, that's a whole different story here. Then you get the full payment, your full retirement payment after being 5 years at that job. It doesn't matter what you do after that. This 5 years gives you the right of your full payment, what you had at that point you got retired or you get out. If you decide you go out of that, it still gives you your retirement money when you go out. And that's the system here in Germany, which is absolutely nuts and absolutely fucked up, because that's the thing the taxpayers pay as well, you know. So we pay the federal workers, federal clerks, we pay here from our tax money too. That's the thing.
Here it's kind of done semi-privately, but the government took it over once they realised it was a money spinner. And like I say, they kept on moving the goalposts. You could access your funds at different levels. Mind you, there was always taxation. If you wanted some lump sum money, so to pay off your house or whatever, there was lesser taxation, but there was always taxation into it. Mind you, the employees that paid into it paid tax on the money that they paid in.
Yeah,
the employers that paid money into, which ended up being compulsory, they got a tax deduction, as in corporate tax deductions. So in other words, the general taxpayer still fucking paid anyway.
Well,
beforehand. Sorry, go ahead.
The thing here, when they call it Social Security, what you call your what do you call yours? Fuck, I can't remember what you call it.
Well, here we have like superannuation's been in for.
Yes, your annuation. Well, here they have Social Security, but the thing of it is, it isn't. Yes, granted, it's based on what you've put in through a lifetime, but they've allowed politicians to have access to it to use it in the general fund. Whereas if that money were invested in a reasonable investment, what you get back would be substantially more than what you're paid back. So they're basically using it as another form of taxation because they never pay out remotely close to what they take in.
That's criminal. Like at least here where it's done privately, the government's got their finger on it a bit. But and the other thing is, it's all right to put money in there if you want anything out of it. And then the government put restrictions on things, which are totally against other laws or requirements that they added to it. So it's just bullshit. I've kind of said to my family, and put your money in what is government employer contributions. Put that into a private fund, not these other funds that the government's got their hand in. Yes, you're going to get taxed and all the rest of it, but the thing is, you've got a lot more control over it. With funds for here, they're still set at retirement age at say 65 years old. But years ago, the government changed it to 67. So all your benefits, to a certain extent, expire at 65. But you've got to keep on working to 67 before you can touch it without big tax penalties, basically.
Well, and herein lies the thing I don't think people understand either. The lifespan now for a male is out to 82, which isn't ubiquitous across the board. I doubt very much I'll be shocked if I live that long. But so your retirement is not a 1-to-1. I mean, back when you actually used to get a retirement from the companies that you worked for, your standard of living wasn't supposed to change drastically. Maybe you'd make 80 or 90% of your actual wage. Whereas what we have here isn't even remotely close, but yet you're still expected to pay into that system where it becomes later and later before you can claim it. And the amount that you've paid in and the company just paid in for it is totally out of balance for the amount of time you have left to live.
And now I'm going to explain you another thing. Welcome to Germany. Here, you are not allowed to make your private only retirement pension until you are self-employed. If you are employed on any company, you can't do anything. You have to pay the retirement fee. And yeah, they say, because in Germany, I'm not sure, I think we get about 65 or 68% of the last income. That is your retirement money. But the netto income, so what you have in your pocket. So, and then they say you should have additional a private pension insurance that fits the difference between your income and your retirement money. But you can believe, and that's not only affecting the last 5 years, that almost nobody can afford that, And these people who made a private additional insurance, after they declared that, 30 years ago, not even 5 or 8 years later, they said you got to pay tax on that extra income, retirement income you get. Then you pay tax twice. You pay tax on your income. You use the part of that, whatever, $100 a month. Took that into a pension insurance, and then if you get into retirement age, you get that additional pension, whatever, $200, $300, $400 or euro, and then they say, wait a minute, 15% of that are mine, so you pay tax again. That's how Germany works,
One thing about tax, Yuri. if I give you $1 and they take 10% tax out of it, that realistically you get 90 cents, correct? And
Yep.
then you go out and you buy something and there's 10% get stuff tax on it. Effectively, out of your pocket for that dollar, you're actually giving that person $1.10 in real money for the dollar that you give them.
Yeah.
Then they get it and they pay 10%. So as it goes down the line, by the time it's got to 10 people, the government's got their money back, and it's still generating them funds.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I know in Australia, after the Second World War, they brought in, as a temporary measure, mind you, sales tax. Well, it's not bad. It's not a bad money spinner because, we have sales taxes on different things. We have tariffs on different things. And we have what we call get stuff tax, GST.
Yeah. We have that
which is after all the other taxes. So if I get an account from an electricity company or something like that, they add up all the fees and all that, and they put get stuff tax on it. But the whole part about it, you're right, I'm paying the government virtually a third of what I'm paying the company I'm getting electricity from.
The whole tax system is the freaking biggest scam on planet, man.
It's a wonderful system. I wish I'd have thought of it myself, especially But this was all brought in to rebuild countries after the Second World War.
Yep.
And all the governments realised, shit, we can elaborate on that and just slip a little bit of this in there. And no, that's not a tax; it's a tariff. And then all of a sudden, and then at the end, after all these taxes and everything else goes on, then they charge you a goods and services tax.
Yep.
So they're charging you 10% of the taxes they've charged you. Geez, they're generous bastards, aren't they?
Well, it's the same here. You have a federal income tax, then a state income tax, and then in my state, we also have a sales tax. And then depending upon outside of fuel, you have your sales tax plus your other taxes. So an example, our federal tax was supposed to be a temporary tax to pay for the war, mind you, where we all heard that before. And now people seem to have forgotten that it was only supposed to be a temporary tax. It wasn't supposed to be a lifelong pig at the trough feeder for the government. And now everybody believes our system's based upon it.
But if you ask the question, because everywhere in the world, every government department, everything has gone to shit, and they all say lack of funding.
Yep. Or
question,
run the schools, think of the children.
Yep.
Question being, why is it they say, due to population growth, There's a lack of funding. So we've had a shortfall. Well, hang on. There's more people paying fucking tax. If you hadn't been pissing it up against the wall, you should have kept your finger on the pulse, dickhead.
No, that's the thing, Johnny, is it's very easy to spend money that isn't yours.
Exactly.
And they have no accountability, no transparency. How much gets funded that if it was actually put for a vote in front of the people would be tossed out so quick it'd make their head spin.
Well, that's why. Now, here's another one on what you just said then, spending money that's not yours. Yep. It comes back to they want to make everybody cashless society and use a card.
Oh, if we allow that, it's game over.
I like to go to the bank and get money out, and that's what I've got for the week to spend. And you see people running around, tap the card here, tap the card there, tap, 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 tap. And then all of a sudden the bank's ringing them up saying, hey, dickhead, you better get some money back in the bank. Otherwise we're going to charge you, squillions of bloody dollars in interest because you're overdrawn or whatever.
Yep.
When you've got money in your hand and you're actually putting it across, that's when the real value of money is there.
That's when
tapping.
You're very correct, Johnny. If you do it that way, you understand what a budget means.
Yeah.
Whereas it comes to a system now, and it's a multi-pronged approach. One, it's going to create more debt slaves because most people are foolish when it comes to access. If they have a card, well, I'll just, swipe my card. The same thing with credit cards.
Yeah.
It's because it's like me. What cracks me up is I have actual bad credit for not having credit. I don't have any loans. I don't have any debt. I don't have credit cards. I don't use credit cards. But yet, if I went to get a loan for a vehicle, I'd be charged a higher interest rate because I don't live my life in debt.
That's right. I'm not. I haven't had a credit card since about middle 80s. I hate credit cards. Only card I've got is like an ATM type card, which I can do the tap and go shit, but I normally like to go and get funds, and then that's that. And then I look after I've done what I have to do, look at what's left over and say, well, lower your limits, boy, because the funds are not there.
Well,
yes, I could run with the tap and go shit.
Yep. Then that's what they want people to do.
That's going to run you down into the red, and you don't want to be in the red.
The other aspect is, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but there is one of your guys' major banks, I forget which one, that is no longer going to allow cash to be taken from the bank. You're going to have to do it from an ATM, and that's going to be limited. More so than it already is.
Like around here, they're closing bank branches like the fucking tree loppers, getting rid of all the branches.
Well, they don't. They're going to have little machines where people are allowed their allotment for cash, and then sooner or later, you're going to be sent a little card in the mail. Well, now we've switched to digital currency, and you no longer have access to cash. And once they do that, there's going to be little you can do as an individual citizen.
Oh, there's a lot I can
The
do.
hell out of it.
Oh, there's a lot I can do to get my point across, and it ends with boom.
Well, yeah. But that's that's what they're trying to do.
Oh yeah, because the governments have been trying to turn us into a cashless society for 20 bloody years.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And now they finally got their foot in the door. Go ahead, Uwe.
It works in certain countries already, and you know what? One of the most freaking scamming tax is the property tax. You know, you buy land wherever you buy it from, and then they charge you every year that you have that land.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, you know, what fucking reason should be that they charge you for you to have your own private land? Only to fuck you up.
Well, that's the funny thing about it. That's a part of one of the cases that has been ongoing, that's been on hold and fucked around with for 10 years. That I'm kind of into, Uwe. And it's basically constitutional. Actually, it's not basically, it fucking totally is. But they never seem to want to walk into a courtroom with it. They keep on fucking around and fucking around and fucking around and fucking around. And I just keep on saying, oh, keep fucking around, I don't care. But half of these dickheads in different thingos, somebody comes up with an idea, they go, oh yes, we'll have a little vote on this because we think that's wonderful, we can get some more money and give ourselves a pay rise. And they all go, oh, pay rise, fuck yeah, we'll vote for that. And they don't realise they're shafting themselves as well. And half the time it's unconstitutional.
Yep.
Then we have another fine extra tax to the property tax. And now fasten your seatbelt. The bigger your property tax, your property is, which is not whatever planted with whatever grass, or you have a freaking garden, whatever. If you have like a place where it's concreted or whatever, it depends on the size of that. You pay extra drain fee. So the more you have where water won't go back to the soil, so it goes to the drain system, hey, and I'm talking about rainwater, you know.
Yeah.
You pay for that.
Well, here.
So if you would have a 5,000 hectare fucking farm in Australia with whatever 1 hectare or 2 hectare concrete, you have to be a fucking millionaire to just even pay only the drain tax a year.
Well, here, that house we're building, we had to put in a rainwater collection tank. And the outlet is halfway down the tank. There's 2 outlets. There's a total spill, but there's a smaller one which feeds the water off the roof into basically the drainage system at a slower rate. Mind you, that's $10,000 friggin' dollars. Where I say bullshit. The rain was falling on the ground anyway, and I didn't charge them for that. But we had to get another, the water that's left in that tank. We decided, well, we'll put a slightly bigger tank in, and the water that's in that tank, which is nothing wrong with it, good fresh rainwater, we'll use that for the toilets, to flush toilets.
Yeah, and for watering the garden, whatever.
Yeah. That was another cost and another bullshit permit. And in the end, I said, go and get fucked. I don't know who you bastards think you are. You don't own the rain. You don't own the piece of land. The water's been falling there for fucking years. Because I put a roof up there, it doesn't mean it changes the rain. And it soaks into the soil and all the rest of it. I said, it's on a fucking hill. For Christ's sake. But, you know, they keep on coming up with these ways to use nature as a money spinner.
Yeah, for sure. They do the same thing here in places.
Yeah, we got to pay for breathing too. We got to pay to just breathe because we produce carbon, CO2. We got to pay for that soon.
You'll hear every electricity bill has got how many tons of fucking, because you used electricity, how much greenhouse gases that was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Keep on selling coal to fucking China, who's built about fucking 30 new power stations. Yeah, keep on selling that because, they're an emerging country. Yeah. Yeah. But we won't say anything to them because they're an emerging country. Yeah, fuck off. Who's pissing in whose pocket?
Well, that's exactly it, though, Johnny. That it's when it comes to the shit that's going on, if they're going to do that, then why aren't we building nuclear, which are arguably carbon neutral?
But the scaremongering behind nuclear, because people will make fucking bombs out of it. You know, a little bit of uranium will run a power station or a reactor for fucking years.
Yeah.
And the pissy little bit of plutonium that comes out of it, and like I say, the medical industry uses it, you know, X-ray machines and fucking the whole deal of it.
I'll be right back one sec, guys.
I think nuclear is the cleanest way to go. It's just the warmongers are always thinking about, you know, if we let our guard down, what's going to happen? And the other thing is because they haven't got total control over it and they're not making money out of it, they don't want it.
It's not only the cleanest, it's the most efficient as well.
And
the cheapest as well too. So, you know, it's we are back to the thing with fucking common sense and ideologic fucking idiots, you know. They are on the Maoism, fascism, freaking communism dictation, you know.
Well, look, you know, in honesty, Uwe, I think one of the best books I ever read was The Marxist Regime. And as we know, the only thing that fucks that up is
The human.
human nature.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
The
In-
ideology
in-
behind it is perfect.
In theory, the communism is perfect. But it doesn't work because
Well-
we are humans, That's it.
That's right. Exactly right. People overvalue their statuses or their worth. Contributing factors, all of that kind of stuff. Where really communism doesn't have a hierarchy. It's just ability to be able to function throughout all the levels of society.
It
yet
doesn't work because of the greed of the human
Yeah.
nature. That's why it doesn't
Correct.
work.
But that book, every university always talks about it. Politicians talk about it. It's probably one of the most talked about books ever. But have any of them learned anything? No, because their own inabilities have basically masked their ability to actually understand what the book actually says.
I wasn't out here. Are we talking about Playboy?
Yeah, especially that Pamela Anderson spread.
Oh no, that ruined me for life, dude. That ruined me for life.
Dear, oh dear.
Yeah.
Doctor, give me some love.
It's strange.
Something Uwe said as I was walking back about human nature when it comes to things not working. There was a book I read from I think it was 1908, called The Chicken Yard. And if anybody can get a hold of that, I would suggest reading it. It's almost written like a child's book.
I think I heard about it.
Yeah, and it explains very well how our society runs in this day and age.
Well, actually,
we're,
Robert, as a corny comment, the book was called The Chicken Yard: How Society Runs Nowadays. Well, obviously there was some foul play because that's still going on.
well, no, I mean it was just called The Chicken Yard, not how society runs nowadays. It was just called The Chicken Yard. But
Take an order.
Well, it shows how our villages and communities went from villages, communities to cities, states, to nations, and how the ideas we had on the small scale community levels were, shall we say, a bit fairer when it come to people's access to shall we say, equal opportunities and access to a decent living. Whereas society expanded, consolidation steps in, and it ends up with the few owning the most over the all. I mean, and that's a truism today. You have, I hate that people when they say the top 1%, because it isn't the top 1%. It's the top 0.000.1%, where you have less than 200 people that control wealth, actual wealth, not money, wealth, than the entire nations they reside in. That's insanity.
Yeah.
And by virtue of our debt-based system, it does nothing but perpetuate that. We've been sold a very, shall we say, tainted bill of goods when it comes to how our monetary systems run. It's not equivalence. Fair work, fair wage, but your wage is actually taxed through the back door through inflation.
If you go back to the days of before there was any real monetary, the barter system, and that's why hierarchy didn't like the barter system, because they couldn't tax it. They couldn't really get their hand on it.
Well, it's not just that they couldn't tax it. They couldn't devalue the labor of a worker.
That's right.
By virtue of debt-based systems.
You grew whatever you did, what you did, and I did what I did, and we did a bit of a swap around. You gave me some food, I come and fix that for you, or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
They had no control over that.
As I said, it became an equivalent system.
Yeah.
Whereas now, I mean, $1 is supposed to represent a certain portion of a person's working hours. Worth, yes. How you doing, Zero? Good to see you.
Hey, Zero. Yeah, that is a little bit like the video I think I showed you the other day, Robert. The lady talking about real money and fake money,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
This little coin of gold, which used to be $1 in 1913, and these days it's a 2-cent freaking piece of paper, and the little coin of gold is 400 and whatever dollar.
Yeah, exactly, Uwe. I hate to use gold as a standard because
no, that was just an example anyway. You can take it over or whatever,
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is it's nothing more than a piece of shiny metal when you get down to it.
Yeah.
If
I can the actual comparison for hour per hour labor.
Yeah, if I can, when I was a young fella, it's been a big problem, especially around towns or whatever. Indigenous, some of the indigenous, not all. There was you walk from one side of the railway track to the other, and there was like a tunnel underneath, and there'd be a lot of the indigenous that stand there and go, hey mate, you got 20 cents. And that was when I was 15 years old.
Holy shit.
And 20 cents was
that was big money in that times, man, for a kid.
Yeah, a good amount of money. Going back about a year ago, different town further down the track, they got rid of all the tunnels so that they weren't a breeding ground for rats. And anyhow, I walked across the railway track, and there was some local indigenous. The bloke says to me, hey mate, you got a couple of dollars? And I looked at him and I said, you've got to be joking. I said, when I was a young fella, your relatives used to ask me for 20 cents. I said, if you kept up with inflation and everything else going on, and all these years later, you should be asking me for $20, you dumb prick, and walked off. And he's standing there going, what the fuck just happened then?
Yeah. That was a fucking good example, man. And,
Anyhow, gentlemen, on that note, buddy, been wonderful talking to you.
Oh, for sure, Johnny.
And it's buddy, it's 20 past 3 a.m. over here, so I think it's time for bed.
All right, guy. Hey,
yeah.
thanks for coming on, Johnny. It's definitely been a good conversation. I appreciate it.
Oh, we've had some fun. We maybe ruffled a few feathers, but we've
Yeah, I'm sure
entertained
we
a
did.
few.
Sure we did.
We've entertained a few people, and for that, I thank you all so much. Good night. Take care. Bye bye.
All right,
You
have a
too,
good one,
Johnny.
Johnny.
Take care. Yeah, you know, at the end, we are almost all in the same boat.
Oh, we're not almost. We are Uwe.
Yeah, okay, but your country has some additional issues than my and Johnny's country has some additional issues that we don't have or you don't have, and but at the end, it comes all to the same point. Everything.
Yep. Absolutely. You know, and that's what I would like to impress upon people, that just by the mere fact that the discussions we've been having here today, I will really be shocked if I don't get dinged, and I'm going to see if I do.
Will you will let it up?
Yeah, I absolutely intentions on leaving it up. Because if you can't discuss real issues, we have a real problem, and that's one of the problems we all have. Equivalent across the board when it comes to no matter where you're from. The silence of actual discussion.
I would go 80-20 that you get a strike for that.
80% that I get one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm willing to risk it just for, shall we say, science. But it shouldn't be, Uwe.
Yeah, for nobody of us there's anything what was completely against any violation rules of YouTube or conspiracies or whatever. Nothing, I would say. Nothing.
Well, we
in this days, I don't know.
Shouldn't have to stifle conversation about real issues. That's part of the problem why people are afraid to have them anymore.
Yeah, they don't even have them in real life.
Look at well, exactly. But look at over there where you hang out and stuff. They're literally afraid to have those conversations because of government.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's other reasons too as well, but it's the same thing. There's no. You shouldn't stifle conversation about what's going on in your political realm or your medical realm or social realms or anything like that. That there shouldn't be a stifling of conversation because someone may not like it. Well, nobody
has nothing to do with democracy. No way.
Well, there's no. I'm not holding anyone's ear to the damn mic or speaker, nor am I forcing them to be on my channel. Nobody says they have to listen. If they don't like it, they don't have to listen. That's fine. If you don't want to have a legitimate conversation, that's fine too. Whatever.
Yeah, that's the same with this Alex Jones guy. I don't know him. I've never listened to him. But you can't charge somebody for his mind. He's not forcing anybody to pay him for that or to believe him or to follow him. He's saying what he thinks. If it's right or conspiracy, who fucking cares? But you can't charge the guy $1 billion for spreading lies or conspiracies, whatever. That's bullshit.
Well, I don't disagree with you, Uwe. And as I said, it comes to the same thing. Nobody's forced anybody to listen to anything. What they're afraid of is somebody might influence somebody to think something. Okay, well, welcome to the world. You don't solve problems without discussion of those very problems. You don't find facts or truths in society without discussing those things. How do you come to a agreement with somebody, even if you disagree, if you're not allowed to discuss those things. It doesn't matter, you know.
There's more behind that than only be scared of getting exposed. They are more scared of people finding, or let's say you waking up others and they start uniting, and that would make them getting really in trouble if the people would start realizing we got to stand up and we got to stick together, at least in a certain group, and that's what they are more afraid of, not on the or scared of, not on the fact that they maybe get exposed stuff that's already public anyway.
Yeah, and the thing of it is, if they're worried about people, as they say about disinformation, misinformation, or whatever they want to call it, the only thing that outs that is discussion, not censorship. Discussion.
That used to be normal in every TV show, and not even 6, 7, 8 years ago. They were showing in German mainstream media and talking about the corruption and the Azov and the Nazis in the Ukraine, And these days they are the good guys, and everything is just fine,
Yeah, that's called controlling the narrative, Uwe. They only want one truth, and that's theirs. And unfortunately, that is exactly what it is. They want that to be what people to believe reality is, and they don't want no dissent.
The real reality, the real truth. Nobody wants to spread it. Nobody wants to know. They say you what is the truth and what is not. There's no second opinion anymore. There's no controversy anymore. It's only one direction, and it doesn't matter if it's the trans or if it's the coup or if it's the Ukraine or if it's Taiwan or whatever it is. It's only one way. Everybody who goes a little bit left or right of that way is a fucking Nazi, a conspiracy theorist, or whatever he is.
That's a funny one, Nescafe.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And that's the thing, if you're not going to have differing opinions, if you're afraid of people challenging you, and you're sincere in that, then you shouldn't be afraid of people challenging you.
Everybody who doesn't understand what that means, what the result of that is, should talk to somebody who lived here in the 30s or early 40s, or should ask somebody who lived in the Soviet Union until 1990, or lived in the GDR until 1989 and 1990. They know what it means if there's only one side of the medal and the other one is blank. They know.
Well, if something can't hold up to scrutiny, then there's a problem. There's a real problem.
I never experienced the eastern part of Germany in the way that I was there to visit somebody or whatever. I only experienced the transit, which was even scary enough for me to drive through, because you came to the border and there was a passport control. Some of them even got freaking like X-ray scans and all kinds of stuff. Going with the mirror under the freaking vehicle and checking if you don't have somebody under your vehicle or whatever. And then you get your stamp in your passport. So I traveled inside Germany and needed not an identity card, I needed a passport. And you got a stamp in there with the date and the exact time. So it was between, let's say, 2.5 and 3 hours with the speed limits they had on their highways. And if you've been way too early or way too late at that freaking border, you would be in trouble big time. You know. And that was the only experience I had with Eastern Germany.
Well, but that boils down to the same thing that's being tried to be implemented is the controlling of movement.
Yeah.
Whether it be through finances, through vehicles, through whatever, it boils down to actual access to finances and the ability to do it. That's really apparent with what's being tried. And Nescafe, I would add one word to that: controlling the narrative and narrative the controlling. I would add the word of. Controlling of the narrative and narrative of the controlling. That's actually kind of a powerful statement, truthfully.
The same people who control the narrative control the media too. So therefore it's simple to spread their narrative. So it's
Hey, Andy,
a
how you
win-win
doing,
for
buddy?
them.
Good to see you, man.
Hey, Andy. Yeah, it's strange.
Well, no, it's not strange. It's the same shit, just a different day, Uwe, with a different wrapping on it. We've been at the slow creep for this for a very long time. You know, many of us were. I recognized it a couple years after I left the military. You know, especially finding out what I thought to be true and be facts to not exactly be the truth. You know what I mean?
You had, first of all, it depends what country you've been in, because that stuff started probably on the same time in every country, but it was not that visible in every country like it was maybe in others. And the next thing is that you have the big advantage or the different view out of the military that most people don't have. And that is definitely a complete different story to somebody who was living in like a peaceful Germany, you know.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to say it's just my life experiences versus anybody else's, and that's why I say two truths can be correct for someone is access to information that dictates what they believe to be truth. And that's why these kinds of talks are not only should have, but they're necessary. And we've lost that. We've allowed to have that not only become a problem with having it in day-to-day life with our own friends and family. We've allowed it to be censored even when we do it in communication levels we have now.
It's always easy to say afterwards, but with the knowledge from today, if we would have paid attention on TV shows,
for sure,
on movies, we would have been awake way earlier and would have realized how much the agenda is playing on us. You know,
as they saying goes, art imitates society, and there's some truth to that.
Yeah, 100%.
albeit there's some of it that's forced through art or through society or through the controlling of narratives. You can't point to any one thing being a definitive. That's why it's foolish to think that any one person has the answers, because you don't. I myself don't. Nobody does. The only way we get to answers is through dialogue between people. Why that's become such a thing that people no longer want to engage upon, whether it's through apathy or censorship, or just rightly blindly don't give a damn.
But it only works if both sides are willing to be open-minded and to are willing to accept stuff that they usually would not believe in, because it's so weird or so so
Well,
strange.
it's so far outside of their knowledge
Yeah,
base
that
that
makes it hard for some people to go that way. It was for me. I know it from my own experience, with
yeah,
a lot
for
of
sure.
stuff. And I had to change my mind and my thinking big time. Some are scared because when they start realizing what's going on, especially with the last 3 years, I would be scared as well in their situation, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. If it falls outside, so far outside of your knowledge base that you don't have a concept, of course it's going to be a foreign idea. And Lieutenant Nescafe, the beginning of that video, the girl on the right reminds me of a less well-endowed Dolly Parton. Just an observation.
Oh my God! You know what? I was in that restaurant. That's Maria and Marianne Helwig. That's mother and daughter in Tirol. And I was there. I don't know how old I was. Maybe 10, 12. They were big stars in TV as well because they made like classic Bavarian music.
Yeah.
So they were stars in TV as well. And they had this restaurant or cafe, whatever you want to call it. And sometimes you could see them even in there. Most of the time they were not there because they had staff to run it. But yeah, they were a big deal. I don't know if anybody of them is still alive. The mother is dead, definitely. I know that, but I don't know about the daughter, if she's still alive or not.
That's the first thing that struck me. As just I looked at it, wow. That reminds me of something, just not quite as well endowed. Oh God! Anything to break the monotony. That's funny. I don't speak German, so I have no idea what he just said.
Yeah, the mother is dead. Yeah,
I got you.
and
So Todd is dead.
And that was Maria, and the daughter was Mariana, I think. But she must be about at least in the high 70s, maybe early 80s years old too.
Muti is mother, or Muti? How do you say that?
Yeah, Mutter. Yeah,
Muta.
Mutti. Yeah,
Muta is Tot.
that's like mummy.
Yeah, but would that be Muti is Tot? Is that correct pronunciation?
Mutti. Yeah, Mutti.
Muti is Tot.
Not Matti. Mutti is tot.
Tot. Okay.
T-O-T is tot. It's dead.
So it's long O, not short O. Gotcha. So Muti is tot. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, Mutti is dead.
I try to pick up at least on some of it.
You see, ist is the same as is in English, just an additional T on.
uh, kinda.
And
Kinda.
mother in English is Mother. In German, it's Mutter. So there's so many very similar
Yeah,
words.
it's similar for sure. I mean, the Germanic language crosses a lot of different languages for sure.
Andy understands a lot of German too, so he knows how closely the languages are, just
Yeah.
in different pronouncing and
So that would be
sometimes different with spelling.
Vati would be like daddy.
Yes, Vater is Vater, and Vati is like the nickname, Daddy, Vati, Papa, Papa. That's what we say here as well.
Yeah, that would be no different than here if it was used here, Papa or
Yeah,
Pop.
yeah.
But I didn't know Tot it was dead.
Yeah.
That's definitely off base from English for sure.
Yeah, and the same is
like ik ben, I understand, I am or I am being or whatever, depending on the usage. So yeah, I very slowly trying to pick up some of it. Reading is one thing, saying it is another ball game for me. Which I can understand. Oh, get out of here! I understand that one there. I'm gonna boot you for that one, Casfade.
Now you're getting disgusting, Lieutenant. What the fuck, man? You destroyed the whole day here. Spending freaking 4 hours with a great conversation, and now he comes up with that shit. Bloody bastard.
That's funny. Oh man.
Yeah.
Shit.
Now I
threw my whole.
Now I almost lost it, man. Fuck,
Me too. I lost my whole train of thought now. Fuck me right up.
Yeah, but we have other different grammar freaking issues, which makes the language a little bit complicated.
Yeah.
And but here it's basically you speak it like you read it.
Yeah, but your pronunciation, your vowels.
Yeah, sometimes like it's yeah.
Like Tot.
Yeah.
It'd be short O because there's no E to make it long E. That's one of the differences as well. Yeah, it probably wouldn't take me long if I'd actually sat down, but I'd have to have somebody that actually speaks German.
They are all Roman languages, and that's what it makes them very similar. German, English, Dutch, Danish. It's not like French or Spanish, which is completely different. Especially French grammar is holy.
I've never even tried to speak French because even reading it was confusing. That's
It is harder, but I say I would say it's not hard for an English speaking learning German. It's a little easier for a German learning English. I agree on that, but it's not too hard for English speaking learning German. It's not very hard. Hey, Cindy.
How you doing, Cindy? Good to see you. I'll take a peek and see how things are doing on that live stream. Yeah, it doesn't look like anything's changed. You know, what I find telling about that is the media coverage of this is kind of nil. Also, I was going to say they're always wearing face masks, but I'm assuming that's probably for other reasons and not necessarily what I would think them to be. There could be many reasons right now, and I just find it hilarious. You have people following along the police, and it's still going, and they're just in the middle of a great big crowd of people. What's the point? I mean, seriously, what is the point?
I wanted to asking Cindy a couple times. Is that Cindy? We used to have Cindy, My Son Lives Matter.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I think she is. Yeah, I think she is.
It could be.
Because the account is made in February last year. So, no, she's not. Because I haven't seen that Cindy for a long time.
I have actually. I have from time to time. I think when I held more panels, I seen her more often, but being that my panels have been limited for a while because of my eyesight, and now that I'm holding more, so what's Lieutenant Nescafe says, explain to Robert what the word wall in English versus I can't say that, Scheiss, Ander, I can't read that.
Where's that? I got to scroll up. I'm gonna scroll up.
Here, I can.
There it is.
Right there. You can. I'll put it right on the screen. Oh, wait a minute. Missed it. Wrong one. This one. It says, I explained to Robert the word wall English versus, is that Scheiss, Ander, Wand, and Berliner Mauer?
Wand is wall. Berliner Mauer is the wall, Berlin Wall.
Okay.
But I'm not getting the point what I explained. Explain to Robert the word wall in English. World wall.
I think he meant the word wall. Not world, but word.
The word. Yeah, well, wall is Wand. And
what he's saying is Wand versus Mauer, however you say that.
There's one word in English for wall. Yeah, that's right. That's what he means. Yeah. Mauer,
okay.
Mauer is the second word you can use for wall. The Berlin Wall, Berliner Mauer is Berlin Wall as well. So Mauer and Wand are basically the same. Yeah, he just wanted to shit on the wall is whatever. But
That's funny.
he just wanted to explain that we have two different words, complete different words for the same meaning, like wall. But
Yeah.
you have those. You have those in English as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So
Well, and it also depends upon you could be using a slang term. Like if I said you're acting like a dog, Uwe, and when you went to the bar, well, a direct translation, I'd actually be calling you a dog, when in truth, that's not what is meant. So yeah, you have that whole thing and mess to dive into too. Tutu, yeah. Oof, wow, there's a hell of a sentence for you. Um, I never claim to be grammatically correct all the time either, so don't hold me to that. But it's the same thing. Uh, Depending on usage and context, you can have one word totally meaning something else, just because of culture or slang. So then you have that to deal with as well.
yeah, what makes the German language really complicated also is the different cases and the different articles. So if you go milk, which is Milch in Germany, MILCH, which is very similar again to the English word, but you can have die milk, which is she, you can have der milk, which is he, and you can have no, milk is a bad example. There's no das. Uh, what word can I pick? Uh, Let me find a word.
Well, possible is always a possibility there, Lieutenant.
They hate and they hated and they still hate Gorbachev in Russia. And what he did with Russia was exactly the same what Merkel did with Germany. They gave a shit about their own country. They made only like foreign country politics. You know, they didn't care about their own country. And that's why they both got hated in their countries, especially Gorbachev. He had to go to exile because of they would have killed him in Russia.
Yep, you're correct, Lieutenant. You're very correct.
Yeah.
Different depending on usage. You know, it doesn't follow the. That's the thing about English. You have certain rules, but then there's a shit ton of exceptions, which can be confusing too. But as I said, throw cultural slangs and usages in, and then you really got a big ball of worms.
And after all this stuff, all these long years and all that shit, I think even the story with Gorbachev and opening the wall and all that stuff was all the setup.
Well, I don't know. If you want to comparatively speak, it'd be no different than what he's saying about the Donbass and the native Russians wanting to be back to Russia. What about the Germans who were on the other side of the wall, wanting to be, come back to Germany?
Hey, Diego.
It'd be hypocritical to say otherwise. I mean, there's an argument both sides of that. How you doing, Diego?
Morning, guys.
How you
Hey,
doing,
man.
bud?
I'm doing. I'm still having my stomach issues, but at least I found something that is able to take the pain.
Well, good.
Have you-
I didn't know you
you
were
have
having stomach issues.
Cramps or what?
Oh, no. Robert, I think you know, or you didn't know, I guess. I've had stomach issues for months.
No, I
now.
didn't know that.
Yeah, for about 4 months, and then was it the beginning of this week? Yeah, I guess the beginning of this week, I found out what's wrong.
Yeah,
And I found
ulcers?
that out. No. This was something completely new and shocked me beyond belief. I got up one morning and my belly button was the size of a large marble.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, imagine my surprise.
Yeah.
So I did my research, and what I have is a stomach hernia.
Yep.
So I researched it, and it's not dangerous. And
Nabelbruch in German, right?
Huh?
Nabelbruch?
Nein, no. Nabelbruch, no, that would be an actual break in the navel. No, this is not it. What happens is that the hernia is actually, as far as I can make out, in the stomach wall and pushes out the navel. It's really funny because if I lie down flat on my bed, the navel goes back to normal. But the moment I move, it becomes that size again. In any event, I'm going to need surgery at some point. Thankfully, it's covered by our Social Security, so there won't be any financial implications there.
Well, good.
Do you have to have additional healthcare if you want to, if you have surgeries or stuff, or is it all or only emergency covered by social healthcare?
Most of it is covered.
Oh.
And once, I mean, first of all, we have to get our paperwork in order. That's never really been in order because I'm an idiot. You know, I was kind of, oh, this is nothing is ever going to happen to us kind of attitude, you know. So we got to get that in order. And then the beauty down here is there's almost no waiting list for these kind of things. So once the paperwork is in order, that can fix my stomach wall and the hernia, and my stomach problems will finally go away.
Lieutenant,
Good.
that's not that's not a new one, man. I knew that. I knew that one.
Well,
You can
was it
use
new?
you can use that for not only for Stasi. There's a lot of other groups you can use that on.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part. I was coughing.
I mean,
Oh,
I'm talking about his joke about the Stasi. That's not a new one, and you can replace Stasi for all kinds of other different groups. So, if you need somebody who can read, somebody who can write. and somebody who keeps an eye on the other two. So
On the positive side, I'm probably going to start filming today.
Well, good. Glad to hear it.
Got everything together now. I'm still trying to script it out to what.
Well, I wouldn't get real complicated. I mean, get it, you know, get your feet wet, get it started, and make your changes as you go along, you know.
Well, it that sounds simple enough. I'm getting maybe today my wife is going to go grocery shopping with the daughter-in-law, and then I'm going to have the product to cook what I want to cook. But I realized that I have to make a short video first to cover something very basic because I went through it in my head and I'm going, okay, so what are we going to do? Okay, this is what we're going to do because it's nice and easy to make. What's the first step? We'll cut up the meat into big cubes and then marinate it. And then it dawned on me, well, what are these people going to marinate with? Um, and I thought, okay, so I really need to talk about spice mixes, and I should really show them how I make my own, so that they have the option. Because otherwise, you know, I'd be cooking and I won't be able to tell them, look, do this. But if I make this video first, I can always go, okay, here's my spice mix. If you haven't seen it yet, there's another video. I'll link it below. It's very short, so you can get an idea on how to make your own. That kind of thing. I mean, these things really creep up on you because you think it's just one simple process, but it's not really. Particularly since I really want to make it idiot-proof.
I thought you're going to start with the tiramisu, you said. So I'm surprised you're talking about meat now.
Man. Okay, so I was going to start with a tiramisu, but for that, I was waiting for a box to arrive from Oregon. But it turned out that they got snowed in, so it was never really sent. So I'm still waiting for it. So that's going to have to be on the back burner because otherwise I'm just going to sit here twiddling my thumbs.
Right.
But yeah, and it makes more sense to start with something that I can actually make spicy to be true to, well, who I am.
Well, you know, as I said, nothing's going to be perfect out of the whole. You're certainly going to, you know, you'll get a groove and find what works for you and what doesn't. You know, so don't. My advice is just don't sweat things too much. You're going to evolve as you go along anyway. There's no doubt about that. You know, whether it be what you're doing or whether it's how you're recording it and how you're presenting. You know, there's always going to be things that you're going to be critical of after the fact. You know.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt.
Don't twiddle your. Oh. Oh.
I don't go deeper into that. No Brave, but I can tell you what. It was definitely not the Americans who won the Second World War. That's for sure. Without the Russians, the Germans would probably be successful. Let's face it that way.
Yeah, but in the same token, I'm not going to get into geopolitics that happened, decades ago. That falls under the
No.
sins of the father rule, in my opinion. Something that
It's
we have a
nothing.
lot of in this day and age.
Yeah, and it's
Much.
nothing we can change anyways anymore. It's done.
Well, it doesn't matter what a person's point of view is on something when it comes to that. There's always going to be two sides, and
Yeah,
it isn't a discussion nor an argument that can be won because there's always differing in opinions. There is no uh, one size fits all, I guess, and when it comes to that kind of stuff, and you can take that back however far back you'd like to go because it ends up being the same thing when it comes to slavery or if it comes to countries and how they were founded or any number of things, um, unfortunately, a lot of what we see in the world today was come about through war. Just a fact of the matter. It's just the way it is. Nor will I be in a debate about that one for sure. In my opinion, no one wins war.
that's another fact, and especially on this war. Nobody has won that.
Well, there is no winning, Uwe. It's all geopolitics. And unfortunately, it's the people who pay the price, not the politicians. So,
And that's true as well, Lieutenant.
oh, for sure,
And
Lieutenant. I have no doubt in my
that
mind
is
about that one.
that is normal too, I think. So
It doesn't change my view overall of war in general.
no, there's no good war. And like we always said before, the only winners on the wars are the bankers.
Well, yeah, and politicians and those who wish to control in society. I mean, yeah, that's a whole other thing that I'm definitely not going to delve into. The merits of those types of things, all differ upon a differing point of view. Unfortunately, that's a sad fact of war.
Yeah.
And the only people that pay the price, as I said, are the people themselves, not the politicians, not the oligarchy, not the bankers, not any of them. They don't pay the price. The people do, no matter which side they're on.
Yeah.
But anyways, you come in at the wrong time zone there, Diego. Oh.
Well, I don't know what a wrong time zone is. I think they're all wrong.
Yeah, I know. I agree. It's just, I've had this one going since 9 o'clock this morning. Been a very long discussion. It's going to be interesting to see if I get dinged on this one. Oof.
Was not very busy, but very intense and good conversation.
Oh yeah,
Got
for
to-
sure. Conversations that need to be had by all, I think. Not just ourselves. And it didn't become a pissing match, which is very hard to do in this day and age. It seems like everybody always wants to have a pissing match about something. That's like I said, that's like a dick measuring contest. Who really cares?
Yeah.
But I think I'm going to finish my coffee and my smoke, and then my ass is going to go lay down because normally I'm in bed with the wife at the moment. Well past my normal take my nap time. But I think I'm going to make accommodations where I do have at least a morning panel and an evening panel. Maybe not necessarily on the same days or whenever, but that, and I'm going to have more just open chat panels like I used to do, where people just come up and have discussions, not necessarily on any specific topics, just discussions,
Yeah, those bring up very good conversations too. Mostly, we had a lot of those. I mean, in the beginning, your panels didn't had any schedule or any topic.
No, and I don't want to get back to having a few of those where people come up just have a damn conversation, It's just things have become so much more polarized lately that even discussing things that would seem to be mundane becomes taboo or a pissing match. But I can't say that hasn't become that way because of what's happened in the last 3 years. The censorship, the inability to have honest conversations, having to watch every damn thing you say about what,
Yeah, it depends who have you on panel. Some even if you say okay, we can talk about everything. Some are still not willing or scared to speak something out.
Well, that boils down to we really don't know where the lines are drawn in the sand. I don't think any of our conversation today was offensive to anybody. I don't think it. I myself, I don't see what was wrong with it, but like I said, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I've left a couple up that I thought maybe could possibly have some repercussions, but they haven't as of yet. If they do in the future, well, I guess it is what it is. But that's here and there. Yeah. Yes, and that one is still up too. The TLDR. Explain it to me.
The what?
Oh, this knucklehead.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh God, that was hilarious. And Diego handled it so well because I know he just wanted to blow on this guy. I could see the veins popping out of Diego's heads all the way from here.
I guess I missed that.
Oh, it's in the middle of one of the discussion panels. If you go through it, it's in the middle of it. It's not hard to find, and in hindsight, it's hilarious. But at that point in time, it wasn't. And he managed to show his true colors. And I don't know if it was a troll or if this guy actually believed the shit he was spewing. But either way, it got him a one-way ticket right out the door. So and it is quite humorous. The classical part was how Diego handled it. That was just classic. Perfectly. Let's put it that way. He was as apolitical and as polite as he could possibly be. And I knew he was just chomping at the bit that he wanted to go at this guy big time.
Yeah, that took some self-control.
Oh, no doubt. Absolutely no doubt about that. But in the same token, it allowed an idiot to show their true colors and be an idiot. Which I have no problems allowing people to reveal the type of ass they really are. As the saying goes, you feed them enough rope, they will hang themselves. And that guy certainly did a fine job of that. Although it was very humorous. And I watched that like 2 times, and just after the fact, it was quite humorous. But at the moment, it certainly was not. It was very I'm trying to think of the word for that. Very offensive on a couple different levels. Not only with the too long didn't read thing, but his comments after the fact really put the icing on the cake. I try to be as tolerant as I can be with people, but in that case, he didn't even get a warning. It was like, oh, okay, see ya, bye now. And as I said, I am still not sure if that was somebody trolling or if they actually believed the shit they were spewing. I could see where it'd be somebody trolling, but I can also see where that could possibly be someone's world point of view. Unfortunately.
I think it's not that easy anymore to say it these days. Some of them even get maybe paid for distraction and destroying panels.
The Lieutenant Nescafe, I think that's a one and the same person we're referring to. I believe that's the guy we're referring to.
That guy. Yeah, I was on panel there. That was your panel. That was not Diego's. That was yours.
Yeah, that's why I said it was on my panel.
We said,
Diego is the one that addressed him on the too long didn't read thing.
I actually confronted the guy with the 15-minute city and asked him if he ever heard about it, because he came from England and and then when he started being mentioning out that he actually likes it because it's a good thing, and you ask him why, and he came up with the black and white stuff,
Well, but yeah, that's what I asked him. What was the difference between a 15-minute city and a prison? That's when he went full on racist.
Yeah.
Maybe we're not referring to the same thing. Yeah, you did call Red Alert. Did you catch the part where we're talking about? Well, when he first come on, he gave Diego the too long, because I asked him. I says, you come on a panel and don't know anything about what's being discussed. And Diego addressed him, and he asked Diego, he says, well, can you give me the too long didn't read part? It was quite humorous. But as I said, they revealed themselves for the racist they were. they were trying to be honest or if they were just a troll. I'm not sure. Like I said, the
No,
outcome is still the same way.
he said he was from London, Lieutenant, but I told him if he never heard about the 15-minute city in Oxford that's gonna start next year. I mean, that's not even an hour away from London. So
Yeah, that was definitely a classic for sure. Unfortunately, I think he was there just to either show his ass or cause problems, and it didn't quite work out the way he did. And it might have been somebody that was going to do a magic trick too, and they got a little frustrated with the fact that they got to stare at Diego's avatar the whole time this conversation was going on too. So there is that. Let's see if I can. Was it this one? Maybe it was.
There was definitely a morning panel.
I will look and I can find it real quick. I know just about.
Must be last week. I don't know. Friday, Thursday, something like that. Was definitely last week. And no, it must be before Friday because I was not in hospital when that happened. I was here. So it must be last week, whatever, Wednesday, Tuesday.
That wasn't that one. Oh, let's see. Wasn't that one? Maybe it was this one. I thought it was a longer one, but I could be wrong. Maybe it wasn't a longer one.
Oh yeah, we were talking at least about an hour and a half, 2 hours before the guy showing up.
Yeah, it wasn't that one.
Let me check out your panel.
Maybe it was this one. Let me see. I mean, I'll know it just as soon as I find it. Because as I said, Diego's avatar pops up right in the middle of it.
I'm pretty sure it was the one when Prepper showed up at the end. I think that was the one. Yeah, it was. Because I was on there. And the bloke came up at 1:30. I found it. Here, Mike Harry was his name. Mike Harry was his name.
Yeah. Which one? Can you
open panel from 29th of March.
All right. Oh yeah, there it is. Yep, you're correct.
So that was last week on Wednesday, yeah.
I want to find the beginning of it.
It's 1:39, pretty much 1:39. He came up.
Yeah.
Found
Right.
it?
Yep. Copy video URL current time. There we go. Lieutenant Nescafe. That should take you right to the timestamp when that all started. I thought you were there, but I could be wrong.
No, I don't think he was there. No, Brave was there, but not Lieutenant, I think. The chat is still active, so he's not shown in chat there. Oh yeah, he was there.
I need
He
to
was-
check that too. It wasn't supposed to be.
He was
Um,
there. I checked the chat a little above. He was there.
Yeah, maybe he missed the beginning part. I don't know, but that's where it was at. That guy. Yeah, he made himself a little famous at that moment for his comments. But anyways, guys, I'm going to cut this off. I really need to go lay down and take a nap.
Yeah, fair enough.
Thanks for coming up, Uwe, and everybody that's been in chat. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Diego, as I said, sorry for cutting you off short, guy. But yeah, I definitely cannot go all day, and I've already been here 5.5 hours. So, and I should have laid down earlier this morning. So, and I didn't. But
no worries, man.
all right, guys, everybody, take care, and I'll talk to you later. We're out of here in 3, 2, 1. Later.
Later.